We are recording. We're ready to go.
Yeah, we're all here on time. We all know exactly what we're doing.
You totally came here on time. Totally not 2
Exactly.
minutes
I actually
late.
arrived first out of everyone.
Why am I under the summons tab?
Are you?
Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah. Could I summon Jam as a mascot
No,
or
you're
something?
not.
I am on my end. Look at the stream. Oh, shit. The summons tab is above me, and it looked like I was under... Okay. I'm under.
Gratification.
I am under the summons tab. Literally.
You're doing great.
Yeah, I cast my 4th level spell, Summon Gladiator.
Jesus Christ.
It's a fairly useless spell. You're welcome.
Yeah, every time I summon it in a fight, it goes down all the time.
I know, right?
All right. So I can give a quick recap, or if someone wants to volunteer to do a cohesive one on their own words, they can potentially earn inspiration.
I did it last time. I don't want to just farm inspiration if someone else wants to take over.
I
guess I'll do it.
All right. You have the floor.
So, our cartographer team, alongside the chaplain and the other team, the numbers in which I forget because I have autism.
62?
63.
63. You
Fuck.
are 26.
We departed the Crucible, finally, after the chaplain secured its power under divinity or some such.
Mm-hmm.
On the way out, we managed to recover Thistle, who was critically injured during the attack last night. We do not know what became of the mage, but Titus, I believe was his name, perished from that strange being that Thistle would later detail for us.
Which, not to interrupt, but to reiterate, he did have a sketch which is in your possession for you to reference to show, which, again, was this.
Yes.
The biblically accurate fuckwit.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And such, we continued on our way down from the mountains towards Highshire. Along the way, we noticed the downed dragon did not perish from the Crucible's attack, and instead flew away off to greener pastures, assumably. However, upon our travels, we did notice falling stars, for lack of a better term, descending from the heavens and impacting Helios. We also noticed energy moving through the gates that scattered the lands. As to the destination of this energy, we do not know. However, we were able to confirm that numerous falling quote-unquote stars were around Highshire. And as we moved closer to a gate to investigate along the way, we encountered some of these stars, I believe, scattered amongst the area. And upon disturbing these glowing rocks, they formed into some form of elemental monstrosities and assailed the group, almost like living landmines. After a hard battle, in which, of course, Merrick's went down numerous times.
Fuck you. Once.
We came out on top with the knowledge of stay away from the glowing anomalies. And I believe we were heading closer to the gate when this encounter transpired.
You were pretty close, yes.
Yeah. We're either on top of it or coming close to it. One or the other.
Yeah.
You're just a stone's throw away, more or less.
Can I throw a stone and hit it?
Depends on your throwing arm. But yeah, that was, you didn't have anything else to add.
Nope.
That was pretty good. You've secured your inspiration. Very well articulated. To clean up a few points here, those falling stars were a glowing, flickering white, and they descended towards the far mountains on the opposite side of Highshire's kingdom. Distinctly, those were different from the wave of aura that washed over all of you, knocked you down, and brought many of the stones and lichen to life. Those are two separate forces, as evident by the bluish turquoise energy radiating through the valley you're currently in, and the white stars, which have yet to be further seen in detail. Also, a quick showcase that now that, thanks to Garrick's crit last session on reconstructing Thistle's helmet, he is sporting a badass new look.
Nice.
Oh, hell yeah. That looks awesome.
Yeah, with a little bit of a touch to your own design.
He just keeps getting cooler. Oh my god.
Well, see, we're doing this thing where we keep making him more important, so when he dies, it'll be more problematic.
Oof.
Ouch. And with that, everyone had just gotten out of the scrap that had taken place here. Some were more beat up than others, but it doesn't appear that anyone had died in the process, although close calls were made.
Cough, cough, Murix. Staring
Patrol
at
63 would coalesce on Sagrius, making sure that he is secure, and looking to you all, 26, to make sure that everyone on your end is good to keep moving with great haste, given the circumstances.
Well, I have no intention of hanging around. We should probably go.
Sagrius would do a head count, confirming that there was no death in this encounter, and he would speak up. If that happened here, I can only imagine what happened back home.
We need to go. Have to go.
Well stated. Any objections?
Murix just turns around and starts walking.
Thistle pipes up. Careful where you step.
Can I give a cursory perception?
Roll perception.
Alright. Time for dog shit rolls! 18, not bad.
Given you still have lingering adrenaline, your senses are heightened quite a bit. And you take a moment to assess the landscape to make sure that there's going to be no further surprises. And you would have become sharp on the idea that a lot of the glowing rock is the most potent to animate things into life. And as you take a moment, you would notice there are various parts of moss and growth that are glowing with this energy and are ever so slightly quivering every now and again, giving them away.
Murix is just going to point his javelin just... Alright. There. Over there. Avoid those. I'm just pointing them all out to everybody.
Who wants to be the one to brave a path between the sentient moss?
Just stay a decent chunk away from it, and it should be fine. As I'm going to stay at least 5 feet away from all of them.
You would proceed forward, moving carefully, sticking widely to the path and not getting anywhere close to these quivering moss growths or any of the glowing rock. And you would be able to pass by without disturbing them in any capacity.
Well, I'm not one for stopping people, but I'd say probably one at a time. And don't shove each other into the moss, for God's sake.
That would be advantageous. And Sagrius gives a look back towards Dagny, Rin, and Garrick, seeing if they're ready to move forward as well.
Yep.
You know, Dagny is definitely leaning on Rin for a lot of support, but she's just trying to maintain walking.
All right, let's see. Oh yeah, she's looking pretty hurt, isn't she?
Yeah, I would say there's like the starts of like what looks to be like very light bruises from where the thing was crushing her.
Oh no.
I mean, that's cool. Mirix is actively bleeding out of multiple wounds, so... After going down numerous times.
Big oof. Sadrius would, of course, notice that Dagny is not looking too good, given he is a man of clerical prowess, and would cast Cure Wounds on you. You regain 6 hit points, Dagny.
Yeah.
What was your HP at?
3.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
Pretty fucking close to that fucking struggle snuggle death.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to probably do the same then. I have a first level cure wounds left, so I'm going to also toss that to Dagny as I walk by.
Mm-hmm. And Horvis is skipping along behind, not too far behind Mirix. He's waving his arm up at you. Hey, not so fast! Wait. Jeez, man. Look at that gash in your side. Here, let me at least give you a little boost. As he uses his
Just dodging
final
it.
spell.
Just actively
Are you?
trying. Yes, because Mirix disagrees with magic entirely.
Well, with that, he's attempting to close the gap, but you would maintain it. And he gives you kind of a look. What are you, nuts?
We are close
have you
enough.
seen this group?
We are close enough to Highshire. I could just get it mended there. Do not worry. Do not waste your
You
magic.
got beat up by a boulder. Please, you don't know what else is gonna try to kill you.
And if something happens, then do it. But before then, it'll be fine. Just don't
Don't
worry.
be stupid. What's the matter with you?
We'll...
Do you like bleeding?
He's not gonna answer that.
You see, Horvis is quite miffed at your refusal to close your own wounds as you continue bleeding forth.
It is
You
not
know-
you. Do not worry. I'll get it mended when we get to town.
I'm at least somewhat glad that we're not being tracked by anything, because your trail of blood would not be very helpful.
I'm gonna attempt
we
to
not-
close some of them via normal, mundane means.
You're trying to dress your wounds?
Yeah.
If you're
All
going
right.
to do that, if you're going to do it the normal, boring people way, could you at least have somebody help you?
Do you want to?
Well, it is part of my oath as a cleric to help people, and even if you're somewhat allergic to magic, it would probably help to have a bit more of a knowledgeable hand in it. If you want, of course.
He's just gonna, alright, and just help by pointing out where the biggest ones are.
So, what I'm going to do then is start dressing the wounds normally, and then cast Cure Wounds at level 2.
You fuck.
while it's normal and all of that, I'll put some ointments on, and then suddenly magic just flows out through the bandage. Weird.
I'm
As
not
you
gonna
sneakily-
try and dodge that.
Yeah, Max, you're seeing all of the equipment he has, and then before you can even react, it glows magically, and your wounds close quite effectively.
Gain 17 hit points. I know. I'm sorry I had to do that, but let's be honest. I assume you feel a bit better.
He just turns away. He's very miffed about the whole situation at this point.
Horvis would be closing the gap and would notice what's going on, and you just see him throw up his small hands, and he goes,
Dude, what the fuck?
People have issues. It's fine.
You're gonna have a bigger issue of being dead one day if you don't knock that off.
Well, you still have spells. It's a non-issue at the moment. Let's just continue on.
and with that, everyone continues forward.
You're a cunt.
I am a medical practitioner first and a nice person second.
There we are.
Plus, carrying back an additional corpse doesn't sound like that much fun.
They'll just shove me in the bag. It's fine.
The corpse,
Ah, yes. The corpse bag.
the body bag, rather. Anyways, you would continue on, and you would pass almost directly under the Great Ring, which is glowing with this aura. It's lessened a bit now and is a bit more tolerable in terms of this tingling sensation that you all begin to feel within your skin and even under it as you're fully exposed to this aura. Everyone roll perception.
Ooh, fun.
Can I keep my 18 for a completely different reason? Oh, I rolled multiple times. We'll stick with the 14 because that was the first one.
Assistant seeker.
Would I be able to add guidance to this?
If you so choose.
Sure. D4 fun.
Dirty
There we go.
20.
A nice
Alright.
dirty 20.
I like them dirty.
Jeez. Wow, Patrol 63 certainly seems distracted. Wow.
The halfling's
Continue.
just angry about not getting to touch somebody.
You didn't get to touch butt.
He's just glaring at the backs of everybody, just like, I want to touch him and heal him.
I think for Dagny is like she's just like, yeah, she's gotten the healing that she's needed, but she's just so focused on just trying to walk, and she's not leaning on Ren so much, but she's still holding on to his arm.
It's like a child just, can we go to the fair?
Continuing forward, Thistle would open a dialogue with Rin and Dagny as they're lagging behind a bit. He seems to be taking up the rear guard, not letting anything slip past him, especially after the aura washing over the land, being on a sharp lookout for anything that is anomalous. As he would approach you two, he would speak. So, you guys have a plan after all this once you get your friend back and he's alive again? What's your next step? Do you know? Did they tell you?
Our initial plan is to head north and search for more startographers. However, that is susceptible to change regarding what Obash has to say.
Yeah, I feel like I really shouldn't be asking these questions. The more people who know about this stuff, the more dangerous it gets. You'll have to forgive me. I guess my curiosity got the best of me. I don't really know what's come over me.
Quite alright.
Dagny, you really took a spill back there. You're barely walking after that. They chose you to be a cartographer? Did you volunteer?
I did.
That's very admirable.
Suppose I need to start becoming more vigilant, especially with those surges of energy.
That's right. Well, if it can make solid stones stand up and walk, maybe it can bolster your own strength, already on 2 legs. Maybe
If I could find a way to harness that kind of energy, that would definitely help me a lot.
I might just be being overly, foolishly optimistic, but with everything that's happened, it almost seems like anything goes.
Seems that way.
Yeah. That would make for 2 of us almost brushing with death. It was odd. It's not at all what I expected it to be. I've been in life-threatening situations plenty of times before, being in the Shire Guard, but there was something about laying on that steel beam. It's not as surreal as a lot of people claim near-death experiences to be. It was just so plain. Hardly different from anything else. There's barely any time to process it when you're in a fight for your life and losing. It just is.
Yeah. Suppose you're right.
I have found that some people almost romanticize death, glory, duty. When in reality, it is no great heroic feat to fall in battle, at least to the one who is, well, doing the falling. Rather, it is simply an end.
I feel like the people who are the ones who romanticize it are the ones that haven't actually experienced it for themselves. There's not much glory behind it, unless you're dying for a good cause. Even then, the meaning is in the cause, not the experience. Death is not glamorous.
True.
I will say one thing though. If I do happen to die, it's not going to be me being smothered by Mother Nature's rug.
Evidently not. You're tougher than you look.
You think so?
I do. And from an experience like this, it'll only make you tougher. You learn, adapt. It's my belief that whatever doesn't outright kill you will change you in a way to better prepare for a recurring event. Not just physically, but maybe psychologically too. Spiritually, if you choose to believe.
Suppose you're right.
That's why the Shire Guard elite are the most seasoned of veterans. These principles that we uphold. We're not the elite because we were simply born that way. We were forged. I'd say you've taken your first steps to walking a similar path.
Suppose you're right. I do hope I get to see my brother when we get to the Inquisition. I did ask to see him before we left, but I didn't have the chance to see him.
Here's to hoping. We don't know if the next expedition may be your last. I feel like you're at least owed a visit from someone you care about. I'll put in a good word.
I do need to see them. I do.
Perhaps you will. Have faith. And Thistle would return to keeping an adamant eye on the surroundings, as would everyone else with your relatively good perception checks as a group. Continuing forward, there is remnant energy permeating through the landscape in a number of ways. There's small ponds and streams that seem to have been absorbing this aura, as the water seems to give off a bluish turquoise shimmer, almost as though electrical sparks in a way. And this shimmer would be carried out at various other points dotting the cliff sides in the valley. There's similar movements from animated creatures that are now roaming around the landscape. To the far reaches near the top of the valley, roughly 2,000 feet from where you're currently treading, you would be able to see there are similar creatures to what you fought that are traversing the landscape in seemingly random directions. Their behaviors are just as erratic as before. Although luckily it seems as though their perception is far more limited than your own. They don't pose a threat to you from this distance. You'd also notice being directly under this channel of aura that's passing through the ring. Looking up into the sky, it has almost a shimmering effect, as though looking through a prismatic lens. the bluish of the sky now seems to adopt a number of different colors, almost an entire spectrum, with this waviness that is almost surreal, as though it were a dream. It's unclear if this poses a danger, but regardless, it still is quite remarkable. The presence of outsiders and thugs is nowhere to be seen, unlike the few that you had encountered when you were going out towards the Crucible.
Probably got
imagine if
fucking
they-
murdered.
Imagine if they were around, they may have been killed, yes, or perhaps they're taking cover, having wised up to the dangers of this discharge.
Well,
Jeff.
besides the lack of a humanoid presence, is there any signs of wildlife?
Having the immediate fallout of the rings, you don't see much. There is the occasional flutter of birds that you would see that are dotting between the trees, and small woodland creatures every here and there, suggesting that, yes, they are persisting still, and although they too appear to be laying low, they aren't necessarily acting out in any concerning ways. Much like you, their forms seem to be unaffected.
I am curious about the rock elemental things.
Uh-huh.
The ones in the distance, do they seem to be at all doing what they did in the battle previous, as in combining themselves to form a greater being?
There are a number of different sized or creatures that are strolling around. You don't see any actively combining themselves upon observation, but there is evidence of significant variance in their size. Whether or not they were birthed from the stone this way or they combined on their own volition isn't clear, but suffice to say there is significant variety. And continuing forward, you would, maintaining a quick pace to both evade dangers and return to Highshire, it wouldn't be long before the silhouette of the outermost walls of the kingdom would fall into view. And a new, somewhat pleasing sight would come into view given your good checks. You would see that the engineers and artificers that had been working on the walls have done good work in your absence. Approaching, you can see among the many cannons that are stationed along the walls is a one that sticks up higher than most, a arcane cannon contraption looking something that they made, like a cannon but just much grander, much more. In Ren, you would have a familiar ring with a bit of the construction that went behind these cannons. Is they have a lot of familiarity to the devices that were creating the field outside of the Crucible. You imagine they adopted similar techniques. You can see one in the... Oh, go ahead.
Do they have any obvious power sources?
From this distance, you can't make out details like that, but you imagine as you get close, you might be able to decipher something. There's a far cannon, and there's a closer one, and of course there's the standard cannons that are dotted throughout. And as you would get closer to the wall, you would continue to focus on the cannon in particular, Rin, and you notice something a little concerning as you get better and better view. The cannon, although seemingly complete and operational, it's not pointing outwards towards the south. It's pointing inwards into the kingdom.
That's disconcerting.
I can't wait to finally be back on the walls.
I fear there may be trouble within. The cannons posted up there, they point inward.
You have to hurry.
Isn't there always something going on in here, though?
Not enough to point the protection towards its own people.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I have a question.
Okay.
What would cause people to want to point cannons at their own town?
I think you can kind of answer that yourself. I'll be completely honest.
Yes,
Using
but
rational
as-
thinking, you would deduce that you would want to point those cannons at the threat.
Eh,
That may or may not be made of rock.
Either something got in, or there's a problem going on with the people inside.
I mean, are they actively shooting right now?
yeah, are any of them firing?
You aren't hearing much in the way of cannons being this far out, but getting closer and closer, you would hear the occasional discharge of normal cannons as you do hear echoing through the valley.
Another gate probably under attack. If it's that far away.
Now, granted, these cannons fire all day long as there's constant threats on the outside of the walls, so it's not necessarily out of the ordinary to hear such things, but given that big one that you can see clearly the silhouette of is facing inwards, it's still leaving room for troubling thought.
I'm curious as we approach. Any exiles within sight of this gate?
Going off of perception, which was very good, none to be seen. There is, of course, the remnant signs of struggle from creatures that have been attacking the walls, the occasional impact mark in destroyed ruins of what at one point may have been a makeshift shelter that you would observe when you were going out. But in the ways of active Outlander life, there's nothing you can see at the present moment.
All right.
And maintaining haste, now more than ever, you would continue your approach towards the wall. And it would come into view plainly.
Are there any creature-sized holes in the wall? Like, just, like, dents in them that kind of look vaguely like those motherfuckers that attacked us?
I imagine there's probably a few of those already there, just in general.
Any of the familiar blue lights?
Now that you're getting closer to the wall, you can see that they have clearly been tested for their integrity. A lot of the walls have clear signs of large things hitting them and withering them down as cracks and crumbling outer foundations of the walls are becoming increasingly developed. You imagine that when you left off to the Crucible, the constant onslaught on the front lines here did not stop. You perhaps got lucky that you're able to approach the walls like this at all without encountering any imminent threats. And, of course, the cannon fire in the distance would continue. It does echo through the valley. Although, from what you can see, you don't see much in the way of things being fired outwards. It's considerably quiet.
Any guards on the walls?
There are. And you can see there's the distant silhouettes as things are being moved around. And you can tell that a lot of the cannons have in fact been pointed inwards as well, the more standard ones. Although some have been opted to remain in their original configuration.
I'm gonna put the thing that we got from the group itself just very plainly in the open on my chest. The signet that we got.
Continuing on, you would approach the nearest gate, which luckily is just a stone's throw from where you are now. There is a small collection of Shire Guard who are on full alert, as things usually tend to be on the front lines here. And they, of course, would notice your approach, as well as the presence of Sadrius, and, of course, the glistening armor, modified now, of Thistle. There's no secret behind what you guys are. and they would give you a wave to beckon you to the gates quickly.
Well,
Quickly
I'm willing
approach.
to get inside.
You can still see that the aura overhead is dancing throughout the sky, as it looks like, despite the discharge of the rings, they're still giving off this waving energy. It's hard to tell if it's winding down, but there's certainly a trace channel of it. And you would definitely be able to get a direction that this energy is flowing in. It's definitely coming from the north, is flowing through the rings, and is continuing off into the south, where the rings from the arcing islands would carry out this channel of aura. It's almost like a flowing river vein that travels in a targeted direction to the guidance of the rings.
When we get inside, could I ask one of the gods what if there's anything that's been going on while we've been out?
Yeah, you would get up to the gates, and the Shire Guard are beckoning you in. It seems like you got pretty lucky in terms of not having any resistance trying to get in. And you would stop and raise the question with one of the Shire Guard if what has gone on, to which he would give a frustrated shake of the head. What hasn't gone on? It's the same shit every day, never ends. Now we got reports of stuff on the inside of the wall too, after that blast. I'm not sure if it's going on further inside the kingdom, but towards the walls here, yeah, we definitely got shit going on.
Like what?
It's hard to be certain. It's not too dissimilar from the stuff it's attacking. It seems like you smash a bunch of shit together, rocks, trees, it doesn't really matter. You just smash some inanimate stuff together, put some glowy shit inside of some artificial veins, and you got yourself a monster ready to kill people.
Oh, lovely. Oh, thanks for the information.
Yeah. Good to see you're still alive out there.
Not all of us made it back.
I sadly can't say I'm surprised. Now be careful moving in. You're not out of danger, regrettably.
Thank you for the warning.
And you would continue inwards. And you would get a clear view that there are the artificers on top of the wall who are operating the cannon as you approach the inside of the kingdom. You can see there's a lot of carts that are stacked up against the inside of the wall that have crates that are ripped open that have a number of continuously diminishing rations, cannonballs, and food supply, medical equipment, things that the front lines need. There's even a more sturdy cart that seems to have some sort of mixer and a number of stones and burlap sacks that look like something you would use to create stone walls. Perhaps they're trying to do quick, dirty repairs on the continuously crumbling walls.
I'm gonna go walk towards Dagny and Dagny?
Yes?
Where do you have family on the inner walls or in the outer city part?
Just for clarification, DM, like my family's closer to the inner walls, correct?
They're not in the inner kingdom, but they're close to it. They're well off, but they're not quite on the far side of the those inner walls.
Right. I mean, they're close to the inner wall, but they're not inside it.
Would you be opposed to making a pit stop at both of our homes? I know those two don't live here, but making sure our family's okay would put my mind at ease at least.
You could certainly try, yes.
And I'm just going to raise that to the group. Anyone have objections to a very quick stop, 2 stops?
You would have Sadrius pipe up. the concerns for your family are valid, but we should at least properly complete our mission beforehand.
I need to know if
Come
the
on.
reason I'm doing this in the first place is still alive.
Well, we are in the walls. It's about as safe a place as it gets, even with stuff going on. I'd say if you were going to split off, that would probably be the only time we could do that.
I wouldn't say
both
split
at once.
off, but I definitely want to make sure everything is okay. Didn't get the chance to see them when I came here last time. And I'm assuming you're the same, Dagny?
Yes.
I think it's best we make 2 stops.
You see, Sadrius would shake his head in disagreement. I can put in a good word with whoever I need to after the fact to get you to see who you need to see. But you can't lose focus just because we made it home. Our business isn't concluded here. I understand, but you need to be strong for just a little while longer.
Daddy just kind of unconsciously squeezes Rin's arm.
I'm going to help get you there, but afterwards I'm going to go see my family. There's nothing you can do to stop me.
Well, let us finish your mission, and then the first thing we can do is go and check on your families.
Let us compromise then. Tell me the location of your homes. I will send Seeker to ascertain the situation there.
Mirix would open up a map and just... You want the point first, Dagny?
Yeah. I'll point out the location of my family home.
And I would point out mine.
And you would try to map out your situation. Let me go ahead and get this up for everyone on no uncertain terms. So, you are approaching right now. You can see the bottom center. There's those 3 outcroppings. You are currently approaching from the one on the right. And for you, Dagny, to visit your family, you would be visiting, you can see kind of this clover shape of the inner wall on the top left outcropping, essentially where that tip is. That would be the vicinity of your family's hold.
Okay.
As for you, Mayarks, your family would be located, if you continue west out from that outcropping, there's that small lake close to the western wall, and then just a little ways to the east, surrounded by forest, is a large congregation of homes and buildings.
Alright.
That would be where your home is. And you know, through the route you'll be taking to get into the Inner Kingdom to effectively secure your mission, get Sadrius back safe, report back to, you know, complete everything as he mentioned, you'd be going definitely out of your way to visit both of your homes respectively. You imagine it would probably take potentially a couple hours, given that the traffic and infrastructure through roads and all that are probably under more duress than ever. And of course, while this is going on and everyone's trying to get their bearings, you would see that Patrol 63 and Sadrius are trying to hurry everyone along before there is a deafening noise that would interrupt all conversation. As this huge laser would erupt through this greenish energy that is soaring in a straight beam overhead to a nearby forest and would impact somewhere beyond the trees. As you would look, as you're continuing in, there's a series of guardsmen with they have like spy glasses similar to yours, Garrick. They're pointing out what appears to be targets, and the artificers are aiming and operating this enormous cannon. And Rin, you would see that there is a handful, 4 or 5 artificers that are seemingly conjuring their own energy into a reservoir that's located towards the rear of the cannon. It seems like in order to operate this thing, they need to essentially drain themselves of their own magical potency into this reservoir. So it's self-powered.
Why is the fucking magic beam fucking magic bukkake powered?
What?
They're all fucking putting their magic into a fucking jar. The fucking magic bukkake.
Okay.
What
There
the
are
hell are
many
you
ways to-
smoking?
There are
No
many
idea how
ways
to
to
respond to
describe
that.
that. That is not one of them.
No.
Either way.
Well, we have a plan. We have some way to see your families. Let's hurry up and get this mission over with so we can go and see them properly.
Yes.
There was a thing I wanted to do with Seeker. Now that I'm going to be sending it to those locations to, check out, make sure the families are good. I did want to use, let me fucking find it. This on Seeker. Specifically, whenever tapped, the object emits a recorded message. You would say it's feasible for Seeker to tap itself and spit out that message, right?
Yes, easily done.
Yeah, the message being, the message is Cartographer Patrol 26 drone surveying area. In case anyone comes and bothers it or,
I
mistakes
understand.
it.
It's a way of identifying the drone. Yeah.
Do you want to just pop a fucking one of the signets on it?
No, I think the message of it spouting out that this belongs to the Patrol 26 and it's surveying the area is good enough.
Fair enough. Can you put multiple messages on it?
Unfortunately, no.
Fuck.
You could give it a thing and have it tap that, because I could have up to 5 separate tinkers. Like that message, it just taps its metal body and that comes out. If you wanted to record a message on like a rock or something for it to carry around, it can tap and have the message spit out.
Would you explain this
do
in
that.
character as well? Because Merrick has no reason to pick up a rock and give it to you.
But yeah, I'll go ahead and do that. And I'll continue on. Right. That message should keep the people of Highshire from mistaking this as an enemy. Regardless, if this drone is to visit your families on your behalf, I am capable of weaving a message into a mundane item. From you to them, when it establishes contact.
I could. I don't know exactly what that'd say though.
Well, I mean, just let it know. Say who you are in the message. Just let them know that if they're all right to contact the Inquisition or find a way to get there.
Keep in mind, the message can only be roughly 6 seconds long. However, if that is what you wish your message to be, very well. Let's see. Yeah, I'll just get like a strip of leather or something from my bag. and kind of adhere it to the drone so it could tap it and play out that message. Essentially, the message being reporting on behalf of Dagny Silverhide. She has made a safe return. Contact Inquisition for more information.
Sounds right.
Would you like to take this collect call from Mom, Dad, I need help?
Keeping it brief to the point.
Yeah.
Easily done.
Yeah, just... Merrick's would just put down a piece of paper and just be like, this is their names, and there you go. Just Eric and Sasha.
And you would
Very
do so.
well.
From Merrick's. With love.
All right. Now, remind me with this drone, do you have to be consciously controlling it, or can you direct it off to wherever you need to?
Oh, I can just give it a task and it'll go do it.
All
It is
right.
smart enough to do that.
So to be clear, you're attaching these messages and you're visiting the homes of Dagny and Mayarx to deliver essentially this brief telegram.
Telegram.
It's both a telegram and it would ascertain that, their families are fine.
I see.
Whether or not they're
Perfect.
Yeah.
All right.
And just to help convince you that this thing has an intelligence of 10, so it's definitely smart enough to go do it.
Yeah. You would take the time to record the messages onto these leather pieces that you would adhere to its body, and you would give it a clear set of instructions on a location and a set of instructions to then issue this message to the owners of the estates that it's supposed to go to. And you give it a clear view of the map of Highshire, and you would take the time to, as best you can, point out the rough location. And as for Dagny and Mayarx, I imagine for brevity's sake, you would describe the more precise locations of the homes of your families, so it
Yeah.
has a better idea of where to go.
Yeah.
Also, just a brief description of what they look like, so it's making sure it's talking to the right people.
Yes.
Just find the
Easily done.
blacksmith of the area.
Hello.
She'll be fine. Not you. Fuck you. A somewhat short bearded man, and then for Dagny, whatever Dagny's is.
Well, I mean, she definitely would describe her brothers in detail, like similar to her, but male. Or,
Titless.
You
Got
would-
it.
or, it would probably be her stepmother, who is a UNT. Kind of severe looking.
Okay.
And with that, you are making great haste further into the kingdom to re-arrive at the Inquisition. And your drone would be sent off as it would disappear into the higher up of the sky. And you would feel this, Rin, as you're sending your drone up. The higher it gets into the air, it seems to pick up almost on this magical interference. Like a frequency that is permeating through the air gets more intense as it gets further into this auric field that is washing over Highshire. But after a while, as it gets further in, approaching the kingdom, away from the outside-most walls, there's a sudden threshold that it passes, and then it's fine. The aura would just suddenly stop as if it hit a wall and doesn't continue forward at all. And would be able to continue to its destinations completely interference-free.
That's strange.
Is there
What
an
is it?
issue?
There's some kind of arcane interference in the skies, some odd 100 feet above us, to a certain point. It may have something to do with that pulse or those fallen stars.
Like a pair here?
Yes, in a way. Something to add onto our report for sure.
I definitely feel like those fallen stars are where we should be heading next.
Judging by where that cannon is firing, I hope we don't plan on doing it while it's still shooting.
I hope not.
Anyway, are you all done? Are we good now?
Yes.
I'd like to imagine we weren't just standing still for 20 minutes doing that.
No, you're doing this while moving promptly forward. Yeah, like everyone is keeping you at a decent pace. And it wouldn't be long before there would be progress towards a local nearby set of a wooded area that your group is passing through. It looks like there's no available carts at the present moment to get you a lift, but you're all actively looking for one to make your approach ever quicker. One more round of perception rolls from everyone.
Bet nat 20.
Oh! So I need to use my bad eyes.
Oh fuck, I just rolled a nat 24, Sadrius.
I got a 19. I was one off a nat 20.
Pretty good, all things considered.
Mirax's eyes are sharp, just like his trident.
You would all adopt a similar cautiousness as you had on the outside of the walls, having all of your senses heightened and having your blades and conjured spells ready to go at a moment's notice, given the circumstances of things being present inside of the kingdom. There's a number of, well, it's more so Shire Guard and seemingly conscripts, people who are taking up arms with whatever they have and helping out the seemingly increasingly diminished population of guards to keep the outermost areas and the walls safe. Continuing through a small patch of woodlands that you can see is being harvested for wood, as there's many cut down stumps, but still a size amount of a small forest. Given there's some pretty good perception rolls, there would be, through all of the commotion of people going about, some screams that would echo through the wooded trees.
Fuck.
As well as some crashing noises, as though someone is taking a tree and dragging it through the woods. And there's the distant clanging of blades meeting some resistance, and even a cry or two for help. It seems as though there are, in fact, present monsters as of yet. And everyone is looking at one another. Patrol 63 is kind of eyeballing Sadrius for words, and Sadrius is very keen on it, as he, it seems, was the first to notice.
I think we should help them.
Vissa would speak. In good faith, I can't let people die. Although my primary objective is with you, cartographers. This is your call.
Mirax is just going to start backing away slowly, just kind of getting ready for people just to kind of be like, yeah, we're going there. He's already kind of slowly going there.
We
Not
can't
that
stand idle.
Not that I'm against helping people, but I'm exhausted, still injured, and I imagine most of the rest of you are too.
If I were at my full strength, I would, but I'm nearly depleted. I'm sorry.
We can't do everything.
Just... Can I at least go see if it's something that we can handle?
Sadrius gives a bit of a nod. This is a potential threat that could come our way.
The issue is with doing that, though, is that I feel like you'll say we can handle it anyway.
I mean,
Can
probably, but I still feel like we should probably go check it out, because if it is big, then we might want to handle it. If it's not big, then the guards could handle. He's already kind of just walking backwards at this rate.
Mayarx would take his steps forward, and you would see Jin and Erigar from 63 are bringing up your approach, Mayarx, in support of you. And the half-orc speaks up and gives a nod towards you. Our whole point is to save lives, right? It's on the way. We might as well.
If it is very obvious we cannot handle it, we will leave. But if it's something we can handle, we should definitely help.
My thoughts exactly.
With all due respect from what I've seen from you so far, even if you can't handle it, you still throw yourself at it. And that's not very good right now.
Then I will join him and make sure he does not make a stupid decision. If you are unable to join us in the battle, stay back and provide what support you can.
Mirix is already kind of stealthing towards them. Towards that direction.
Easily done. All right. Looks like there's a definite motion to go investigate what's taking place. Head count for who's actually going, or any of you for sitting this one out?
I have to hang back a bit because I do not have that many spell slots left.
I have exactly 0 spell slots left and half my HP, so no, I don't think I'll be able to join in on this fight, believe it or not.
Yeah, I'm kind of fucked as well, but I'm going to be trying to stay at range if we do engage.
Okay.
At the end of the day, we are in the city. There are other people in the city.
I have a decent chunk of HP and most of my resources, so I very well could handle this.
Yeah, but it's not our goal.
Our goal is to help people.
Yes, and we're helping people by bringing Zadrius to where he needs to be.
Fuck the greater good. These people need good now.
Well,
Well,
if you walk by a river with a drowning dog in it, you're gonna try and help it, whether or not that's your fucking job or not.
Yeah.
not if you have a broken leg. At the moment, the party's a little crippled because of all the fighting we've been doing.
Well, you can stay back. We are leaving.
Yeah. Like I said, if it's too much for us to handle, we'll fuck off and report it.
All right. And with the party of, let's see. We have Merrick's, Jin, Thistle, Caecilius, Garak, Horvus, and Rin, who's trailing behind, are fast approaching the source of the screams for help. While
Dagny?
Vela, Morthos,
Is
Dagny,
I was gonna
and
say, is Dagny coming with us? They said they were hanging back. Are you?
Yeah, I'm gonna be hanging like way towards the back.
Yeah,
But you are
that's
coming.
Yeah.
Yeah, the party is going as a whole, though there's like a kind of a formation between people in the initial front guard and people who are hanging behind. As you would continue on, as the sounds of a seemingly losing struggle are getting increasingly louder and louder. 1 second here. Approaching the source of this combat, you would go through this woodcutter forest, and the first thing that would come within eyeshot is a series of brightly green glowing rock that seems to be writhing with an auric energy. And of course, not far from that site would be the site of commoners, locals who are seemingly going about their own lives, and they all seem to be getting rapidly overwhelmed by this large bipedal creature that is towering over them with these insane claws. It seems as though this thing is composed of the local matter in the area, much like you witnessed back in the valleys. As you're seeing, there's a couple of them putting up a fight. However, it's a rapidly losing one. It seems as though one of them is already significantly injured, and the other two are soon to follow. I'm assuming everyone can see the board okay?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. And there it is.
How far would you say I can throw a bag of flaming gunpowder?
I believe, like, improvised thrown weapons are 30 feet. If I'm not mistaken, 60 at disadvantage.
And it seems to be mostly made out of plant matter, right?
From the
I
looks of
think
it, yes.
I think it's 2060 for improvised thrown items.
I'm going to quickly turn to Mirks while fishing something out of a belt pouch and mage handing it into his arms. Take this, smash it against the beast. As for anyone who can light a flame, spark it.
What did you hand me?
A flask of oil.
Ah!
Hmm.
Gladly. He just looks at you. It is smart. I have a bomb. Just holds up the gunpowder. He's just gonna hand you the gunpowder, or try and toss you the gunpowder, and just, I toss the oil, you toss the bomb.
I use this. I have a question.
Hmm.
Because I can see a lot of bone and stuff like that, can I see if this... how would I work out what type of creature it is? Like, is it like a construct, or maybe an undead, or what?
So if you have a spell of sorts that can further decipher that, you can feel free to cast it. But just going off of what you know, then you have a pretty good idea that this creature was birthed from the auric wave that washed over the valley, just like outside. You can, I guess, make I would say, make an Arcana check. That's what it would ultimately come down to.
Also, do you want an initiative roll before I can move, or am I allowed to move forward a little bit?
Add a d4 to that. 11.
I'd say where you are now is like where the current heat of things is. If you decide to move, the creature and the fight in front of you is going to take another turn. So you rolled an 11. So from what you know, these things are not necessarily organic beasts, much like the creatures of old. These are a little more inorganic, even if they do have organic matter that makes them up. It seems as though your best interpretation is the aura of Helios is manifesting creatures that have a will to live. And they pull together whatever they can to create a form which it can inhabit.
This form just so happens to be made of grass and...
Also, Mirks, what the fuck did you give me? Just a pouch of, like, gunpowder?
Yes! A bomb, at this point. Just light up the sack.
Okay. Yeah, I gave you the flask of oil and, directed anyone who could, throw fire at it to do so after you do that, but whatever. I'll see what I can do with this in the meantime.
You have Mage Hand. You're probably just able to drop it on it while it's flaming. It's fine.
Yeah, that big glowing green area looks ominous and fun. He said lying.
But, do you want an initiative, or am I allowed to just go do-do-do?
We are going to roll initiative if everyone is finished with their preparations. And the preparations, by the way, were done essentially on your approach. Now, that brings you to this moment here.
Yeah.
All right. With that, roll for initiative.
Seeker is not here. What a shame.
Ah.
That's not bad.
Fucking oof.
Let's see.
I don't hate my initiative. I don't love it, but I don't hate it.
That's a lot of NPCs. All right.
Alright.
Jin, you bastard. God damn it.
What, is he rolling like shit every single time? Yeah, another nat fucking one.
He always fucking rolls like shit. I don't understand.
He may be slow in the head, but you don't need to be slow in the legs too. Fuck.
Ugh. My boy, why are you like this? Alright.
Just going to basically talk to the others and say, we can handle this as we approach.
Top of the initiative, we have Horvis. Let's see what he has left for spell slots. Let's see. Alright. He would make a hop and a skip behind Merrick's, and before Merrick's has any chance to break his concentration on the situation, there would be something of a boop on the back, as not giving you any opportunity to contest him. He casts Heroism. Here we are. You gain 4 temporary hit points. And you are also immune to being frightened, although I don't think it'll apply here.
Mirix is pretty stupid anyway, so it's fine.
You don't say. And yeah, you do a little boop on the back, and you feel yourself bolstered with his arcane prowess, and he gives you a little whisper in the air. Don't die, dumbass. Vela takes a defensive position with Sadrius. It seems like Vela and Morthos have opted to protect Sadrius because they don't really understand their enemy. So she basically has her bow attack prepared. All right, and these commoners are going to do what they can to attack this creature. It seems like they have some tools that were laying around that they picked up in an effort to attack this thing. They were clearly taken off guard, and it seems as though that they're already considerably hurt, some more than others. Yeah, they are landing small blows. Sadrius will. Let's see. What's the range on this? Hold on, I need a ruler. Damn. He is not in range. That is unfortunate. God damn it. Alright. Get rid of that fucking thing.
He can move, could he not?
Yeah, he's gonna move up. Thistle would draw his greatsword, and like the badass he is, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. He's moving up. Let's see. Actually, excuse me. He's drawing his crossbow, rather, as he's trying to take a shot while closing the distance. Unfortunately, it would go wide. Mayarks.
I am going to try to be as loud and big as I possibly can to try and get it to look at me. If you want that to be some sort of action of some kind to actively try and distract it to make it get at me, I'm fine with that.
I'll say like you're like kind of flailing around and yelling, and like, well, I'd say you can probably do that as a free action because I mean you're just emoting. Make an intimidation check.
All right, get to use my charisma for what it's worth.
Hey.
Yeah, you would be clanging metal together and screaming as loud as you can with a battle cry that you've been honing for years. And as this thing is batting away at the commoners, you would see it look over its shoulder, and the green burning eyes in the sockets of this thing would lock eyes with you as it would open its mouth, and you just hear it return the roar with a
javelin in mouth.
It hits as it opens its mouth to roar. You land a javelin right in its mouth. Roll damage.
All right. And I think I can, with my thing, bonus action, after it's before the fact though, but as a thing, the gladiator has a thing where he can use his shit to add more damage on top of it as a bonus action beforehand, like a smite. But that's beforehand, not after.
All right, well,
I fucked up. I wanted to do that before, but whatever.
Yeah, next time.
You
Next time.
goofed. You were too busy screaming like a madman.
Too busy screaming like a madman.
Yeah.
Garrick.
Ooh, it's my turn. Fuck. Well, I guess if we're all moving up, I don't really have much of a choice in the meta, especially with how far my spell slots are. Right, let's see. Is that... Nope, that's not what I wanted to do at all. That is the wrong button, but okay. So 5, so 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Well, there is one thing we could do, I guess. Hopefully this will actually distract the creature. So, what Garrick's going to do is, reach into his, sort of like, chest area, grab a hold of his sigil, and, through it, he's going to use a bonus action to channel divinity, harness divine power, to give him back a spell slot.
Who is this directed at?
Myself.
Ah! Easily done.
Also, I'm just putting
As
that
you would-
rule in the... Sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Just putting
And
it
with a quick flourish, holy energy seems to almost erupt from it, absorb into his body. And, well, there's only one spell that I have that could be useful in this situation. So, I'm gonna go for it. I'm gonna use... Can I use an inspiration to give myself advantage?
Granted, inspiration is used to reroll stuff. I don't
Oh, well.
take any issue with it. So, sure.
Just roll it if it hits. Cool. If it doesn't, use inspiration.
Okay.
That's usually the safer method.
And usually, alright then, with that, I'm gonna channel what energy I was just given and have it go shooting straight out of my arm as a guiding bolt slings itself towards the creature.
All right. Roll.
Roll.
It won't let me cast it because it says I don't have a spell slot. Hold on, I have
You can just give yourself a
There you
spell.
go.
Yeah.
19.
a 19.
That would absolutely hit.
And yeah, let's see how much slamming damage we do. For 40.
Radiant. Yeah, as this thing slams into the chest of this, it appears as though the matter this thing is made of is not as ironclad as stone. And it would burst a significant chunk of this thing apart. And you see it quivers as it tries to recover itself from the blast.
Also just because it's fun as a bonus action. Oh, not bonus action, but I'm just gonna clang my shield to make some noise and just make it aware of what's actually going to threaten it real quick.
We are the threat, motherfucker.
All right, you are also going for the clanging and banging of
Look,
of
either it,
Eric's example.
either it distracts it, or like, you know, something like that. If we make ourselves look like a friend, it might take its eyes off the commoners.
Roll intimidation.
Oh boy, intimidation, I'm so good at that.
Somehow you're not as intimidating with a -3, 10.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't know why intimidation uses charisma, but oh well.
The creature would not break its original stare from Mayark's. However, you would see that with the addition of your banging and clanging, there is a churning taking place within the green sparking rocks, and you see a hand trying to drag something out as you
I knew
hear
that
a
was gonna
response to your own clanging with a...
There's another one. Yep.
This one's uglier.
Yeah,
You're
they come on
shiny.
fire. And
as
yeah, that's my
the
turn.
Stokes energy from this glowing stone is permeating through the one that you seem to have awoken from whatever it was doing within the excesses of the energy. It's seemingly more threatening than the other one.
Well, I'm not one to step down from a challenge. I guess. Not like I have much of a choice at the moment.
Which brings us to the creature's turn. As it is going to bat at the two commoners that are right at its heels with a claw at each strike. Ouch. As this thing would take two powerful swings with its claws. And with a single raking, this guy is flayed at the chest. And the second one would be on a backhand that would hit the other commoner, sending her flying against the stump. And unfortunately, she isn't much of a fighter. And she has commoner clothing and would fall lifelessly onto the ground as well, seemingly cracking her head on the stump. And this thing is... How much movement does it have? 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Begins its charge. Towards the target that had angied it.
Anger.
And that would bring us to the last guy. And he essentially has a pocket knife that he's going to attempt to lob at this thing. Let's see how he does. Yeah, it would manage to connect to the back of its head. 1 second.
Oh, God. You should be running, not trying to help.
What? This was
And
a bad
having
idea.
having some reprieve, he would move to get some cover behind this boulder. He is not a fighter either, but he's doing what he can. This guy is dead in pieces in the ground. Morthos is moving up with Sadrius. And in a mirror of the meager actions of the commoner, she is throwing her own spectral knife at this thing. Let's see. Unfortunately, it would go wide. Dagny.
She has advantage.
Oh, that's right. Let's see if we
Cutting
can
bolt.
turn that into a success. Yeah! I lied. The spectral blade managed to hit.
It just turns at a moment's notice.
She kind of puts a bit of a spin on this, as it looks like it's going to go wide, but would curve as it continues to spin, and would also land in this thing's chest. It's looking quite beat up at the moment. And that brings us to Dagny.
Okay. Just seeing if I've clear line of sight on this guy.
There's some things in the way, so it does have partial cover between the trees and the cart.
Okay. Oh, then
Saber sucks. Don't give a fuck about partial cover. So
I'm not trying to do a saber suck. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I now have to hold my microphone, or else my cat will fucking
Yeah,
knock
I'm
it
gonna
over.
go over here, and I'm gonna go ahead and throw firebolt at this one.
All right, go ahead. Oh, that
24.
absolutely hits.
Oh shoot! Roll damage. 10.
Hey,
As your fire plants itself firmly in the loose material this thing is made of, and you see that the material is quite flammable, and it would burst into flames upon contact. Let's see, a weakness, I believe, doubles the damage.
Yep.
Does.
As this thing is mid-charge, and your firebolt would make an impact, and its entire body would erupt in flames, and you see your firebolt burst out the back and keep going as a huge smoldering hole that once was its chest is in absolute flames. And you would see it stops in its charge. It kind of buckles a little bit. Its claws would caress the hole inside of its chest, all without breaking its stare at Merrick's, as it would collapse to its knees as a lifeless, burning
Did I
pile.
one-shot this thing?
You one-shot this fucking thing.
Holy
It was,
fuck!
Multiple people hitting it, and then it just gets fucking set on fire and
you
dies.
rolled max damage, and then it had a weakness, so you fucking killed this thing.
That's not max damage.
That was max damage on the firebolt.
Yeah.
Does it not add? Oh, you don't add your fuck. Okay, no, that was max
No.
damage. I forgot you don't add
Yeah.
proficiency to magic for some reason.
Yeah, not to cantrips, no.
As in a moment of surprising yourself, you dealt a decisive blow to this thing that felled the terrible creature that just killed your people.
Bitch.
Rin,
Yeah, that's my turn.
there's another one coming out.
All right, that one looks spookier than the last, so I'm going to move up a bit, staying behind the front line there. And I wanted to fashion a short fuse to this just bag of gunpowder Mears gave me.
Oh my. Alright. You do so in the heat of the moment. It's not hard to stick a fuse right there. Puncture through the
Alright.
bag.
Yeah. And I'm doing it's weird. I'm technically holding my action, but I wanted to summon a mage hand, have that at the ready, holding the bag, while I'm ready to light the short fuse while it's in the mage hand's grasp. And I'm not sure if... Pretty much the activation conditions is when this thing is covered in oil.
Okay.
If that's possible, or...
So you're holding... You basically have your mage hand on standby to throw this, which I'd say is fair game. Right? Is
Yeah.
that what you're doing? And you're waiting for this thing to be covered in oil, and then you're going to throw this... Essentially
Yeah.
this incendiary bag. Alright.
Yeah, light the fuse, have the mage hand literally just float over to it and then drop it on it.
Alright. You will withhold that action. Let's see what big man Jin can do.
Nothing.
No, not nothing. He will move up with the frontliners first and foremost.
I've been alive for 1,000 years. You know what I've learned?
Fuck this
Nothing.
thing.
As he would produce a javelin from his bag, and he's shaking his head angrily. I've had enough of this shit. It doesn't end, does it? And he is tossing a javelin at this bad boy. It will hit as it pierces into this thing's chest and sticks.
Can I make an observation?
Such as?
Is the wooden part on fire or burning slightly at touching this guy?
And the spear's not immediately bursting into flames, and it's only been a couple seconds of time,
Okay.
so you don't see anything that's very telling.
Okay.
That brings us back to Horvis.
Horvis.
Your mom's a Horvis. Alright, so... Alright. And this, he would puff up his chest a little bit and would point a finger at this thing as he speaks up.
I have tooth coils that look hotter than you.
As he casts Vicious Mockery.
Gross.
Fucking love bards.
Coils.
This thing rolled a 2 because it's not smart at all.
Nope.
And takes psychic damage.
It takes psychic damage. I'm assuming it failed, so fuck your next attack. Ah, Vicious Mockery. The best saber suck.
Yeah.
It may only deal a d4, but it's a d4 of emotional drama.
Emotional damage.
Vela's shooting that bow of hers.
Physical
Da-da-da-da-da.
damage.
Hits and deals a considerable chunk of damage. Not a lot of damage, but it helps.
Commoner's
is
dead.
bleeding lifelessly against the stump, and that would bring us to this thing's turn as it moves in with great purpose. Alright.
I'm gonna hit it.
Yeah. I look forward to those points of
Adding a
healing that I gave him
d6
going away.
as well, because that's how this
Alright.
works.
Give me your total damage roll.
That is a 16 to hit.
Yes.
Alright. For 11. Max damage.
As this thing takes 11 damage. Alright. readying yourself. You have no trouble giving a flurry to slice off a good chunk of this thing, taking a studied measure from the previous one. But not before this would rear up with both claws in response and is raking them down on you, Mayarks.
Disadvantage from the fucking midget.
Disadvantage, of course, as the first one would swing wildly as it seems to be off its game. Not a bit surprised to have gotten a quick attack from you. However, the second attack...
Nat 20, I'm assuming.
You know it!
Oh, no.
Well, I'm glad those hit points I gave him went to good use.
I'm so sorry. As his thing, this would swing up and somehow uses the momentum to get a quick raking with the other claw in a very unnatural movement. It takes you completely off guard as you are uppercut by this thing's claws. You take 16's total slashing damage from this other claw before it continues its momentum, rears up its head, and goes for a bite.
This motherfucker.
For a 16.
Hits.
As you take 8 additional piercing damage.
Ow.
Ouch.
I'm very glad all of that additional healing is being used well.
I mean, hey, it's within 5 feet. I don't have to make a check to hit it with oil now.
No.
Nat 1 covers himself. Oh no.
Shut up.
I don't have to make a roll. It's just fuck you. Within 5 feet, you just go flap.
Still have to make an attack with it, don't you?
No, that's only if you range attack it.
Sadrius continues to approach and would cast Sacred Flame. As radiant white flames would arc overhead to hit this thing. I'm not sure how it passed the save, but it passed the save. As in this weird, unnatural movement it's been doing to flay Mayarks, the bolt would go wide. Which brings us to Thistle, who is stepping up to support the frontliner here, and is going to give a few swings with his greatsword. Hitting once, as he deals significant damage, as he flurries that greatsword and chops down on the work already done to this thing's shoulder, and you would see one of the arms lop off. This thing is already looking pretty beat up. Mayarks.
Slap it with oil. No checks because within 5 feet.
Indeed.
It has oil on it. How's that held action coming, buddy?
I imagine you just set it off.
Flap.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, yes. As oil would cover this thing. And I assume, Rin, you're doing a good old-fashioned toss?
No. I create the certainty of magic, essentially lighting the fuse and having the mage hand zoomst forth to essentially shove it against this creature, and then boom.
Okay.
It's a it's a guided missile.
Let me see.
I can make an Arcana check if you want.
Yeah, we're gonna roll Arcana. It needs to beat the AC. It is like in motion still here.
Yeah. Using inspiration to roll again.
Fuck!
Fuck me.
Oh man.
I
How do you
fucking
know?
hate- Yeah.
This thing is 11 AC.
Oh!
You hit.
Oh.
Well, you have to call the inspiration before you know whether or not it hits or misses.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's a fair assessment to.
You'll
make
get
it
it back. But yeah, it would in fact hit. And with this thing being weak, now covered in oil, with the addition of your
Bombs.
essentially improvised firebomb, go ahead and roll 3d6.
Alright.
It takes an additional 5 fire damage as well.
From
The oil flask. Any fire makes it deal an additional fire damage. Just the burning oil.
Ping the oil flask then.
Yeah, ping the oil flask. I looked up the rules.
I
I'm
think
gonna have to copy and paste it, I think.
Regardless of its distance, you still have to make an improvised throw.
so 10 plus 5. All
That's still
right,
a lot
so that's
of
a total of 15. If you guys are
But yeah, for the oil flask, the official fucking thing here is target covered in oil. If the target takes any fire damage before the oil dries, which is a minute, the target takes an additional 5 fire damage from the burning oil.
All right. 10 plus 5, 15 total damage. As there is essentially a firebomb that erupts in this thing's chest, dead center. And Thistle would bring up his shield to shield himself from the explosion, which would also give you cover as well, Mayarx. As you would see bits of flying green smoldering matter go soaring into the air as your attack literally exploded this thing, as you definitely killed it.
Can I give a quick perception to see if there's anything else?
You may.
Alright, because if there's nothing else, I'm immediately going to turn around and do a high five motion towards my explodey friend. Alright, I hit a 21 perception.
There seems to be no immediate threats after the fact, although this glowing green sparking energy is still present, but it's not giving off any clear evidence of producing any more threats.
Mirix throws up his hands and just woo as he just high five towards you.
I'm gonna dash over to the dead commoners. Are they dead, or is there a possibility of saving one of them?
Oh, you would move up, and I'm assuming you're assessing the two ones that fell in combat that are up to the. Yeah, you get a good look at them, and one was flayed in the chest, and you can see his entrails are very much out of his body,
Yeah,
and
that
there's
one's probably
no
not.
sign of life on him. You would continue forward up towards the girl that had fallen against the stump, and you would see that it looks like she effectively cracked her head open on the stump, as well as took lacerations on much of her body as well, and she seemingly bled out.
Check.
There would be a rather terrified halfling man that would slowly climb down from the stone and would just move out from under this fence. And he's shaking a bit, and he has another knife that's kind of trembling in his hand as he's looking on, and he looks over to you. Thanks.
It's no problem. I would suggest you go and get any guard that you can and tell them what's going on here.
We were trying to keep cutting wood here. We need it more than ever, but I didn't think something like this could happen so soon. The walls are still up. We were stupid. We should have gone inland.
You couldn't have known any better.
But if we
Which is-
did, we would have been fine. I'm not gonna beat myself up over just. Thank you again. And he's looking over towards the body of his dead friend or coworker. You're not really sure the relation here, and you can see there is a haunting in his eyes as he's absolutely traumatized and is in a state of shock.
On a side note, I 100% leave Mirix hanging as I go move over to the glowing green crater, keeping a good distance and being sure to be quiet. What am I able to see? I'm expecting to see a glowing green stone that, like previous, but just different color. What's up there?
So, roll investigation for exact details.
Okay.
Is the body of this other motherfucker still here?
God.
It's more or less disseminated into just plant matter, so it's free to be sifted through. From what you can tell here, this is a particular... It's nothing like the energy you saw at the High Crucible. It's more consistent with the aura coming off of the ring. It just seems to be a different derivation of it, where there's certainly imbued auric magic latent within the stone and the flora that's present right here, a particular concentration of it. It's a bit interesting to see that all of this had coalesced onto a particular point. You're not really sure how that happened. With your check, you're not really sure how to get any further insight from that. But it's as if rather than a more fluent and uniform wave, it was pushed more tightly together and it all coalesced onto this point.
So this, like, green area here is, like, heavily, like, magical, right?
You believe so, yeah. It's definitely up there. More intense than any other spots you've seen.
Is that... I assume there's enough material to make another one of these things, right?
It wouldn't be unreasonable to assume.
So, I have an idea of how to dissipate the magic from this area.
Alright.
You said when we were looking at the crystals previously that the magic basically just dilutes out of them eventually.
From what you can tell, yes.
And they just kind of absorb it from around them.
Mm-hmm.
I did pick up a crystal that had basically mostly dimmed.
Yep, you did. It's stone.
Could I try using that crystal to basically gather up that energy so it doesn't make another thing, basically?
So what you took from when you first had that wave come over you was an ordinary stone, particularly like a piece of flint that had been imbued with a bit of the energy. So if you're gonna throw that at this green writhing concentration here, you're, if anything, just gonna give it a tiny bit more energy to work with. I'm not really sure what the plan is here.
I was just going to try and see if I could put the magic into the stone so it's not just around you and maybe making another thing.
I mean,
Yeah,
it depends.
He
on
essentially wants to pull the energy from this spot into the stone that is in his possession.
You can make an attempt if you're giving me more details on how you're doing this.
I mean, it's not just gonna naturally leap into your hand, into that stone.
Well,
The worrying
'Cause
part
this
is if it
just-
does.
I mean, it's fine if it jumps into me, to be honest. I am a spellcaster, I can channel magic.
I mean, this thing could literally just take your flesh and morph it into a monster.
Didn't you also kind of determine that it was making your fingers not obey your own commands?
No, that wasn't what happened.
It essentially made it numb and like kind of twitch his nerves a little bit, but it wasn't. Whether or not that was something more intelligent is to be seen.
It's reactive energy.
I don't think there's anything more we could really do here. Because if we start fucking with that, more monsters are going to start coming out,
Yeah.
you know?
Well, in that case, then, can we actually get to where we need to go and not get distracted again?
Yes, the farther away we are from here, the better.
I would like to know if there's anybody in here.
This directing it towards the. Is that a halfling over there?
Yeah,
Just towards
And-
the halfling.
yeah. You would get his attention, and he would just lightly nod his head. Yes, there was one. I think. I forget who.
I'm just gonna shout, "You are safe now," as slowly opening the door.
You'll find that it won't open. It appears to be having barged shut.
Just, is there a window?
Now it's kind of just like a shack. It's not really a window. You think this is kind of like a lodging area for the operation. But after a moment, not hearing any more roaring, there would be a shuffling from the inside and something being pushed out of the way of the door, and it would open, and a rather terrified looking woman would see you, and you would lock eyes with her, and her eyes fall onto your cartographer mark, and there's instant relief over her face. She sighs. Oh, thank the heavens. Thank you. And she stops mid-sentence as she sees what happened to her friends over there. and there's equal parts horror and panic on her face as she's unable to speak any further.
We came as fast as we could, but we didn't arrive fast enough. Take your friend over there and go get somewhere safe.
She wouldn't break eye contact from the Grizzly sight, and after a moment she hangs her forehead against the door frame and has a bit of a 1,000-yard stare, just trying to process what just happened. It seems to be equally traumatizing for her too.
I would also suggest that if you see more glowing like that, that you avoid it.
She just eventually manages to get enough of herself together to give a lowly nod and says, "Okay, we should probably get going then, right now."
And
Would manage to collect herself enough. She can't bring herself to go quite close to the body, takes this path to get around it, and meets with the halfling. And they seem to be together, processing what just happened in preparation to move out of here, unsure of what to do about their two fallen friends. And with that being concluded, Sage Arias would call out to the two combined cartographer patrols. "We're about done here. We need to keep moving. We've done what we can here."
Yes.
I'm gonna snag this hand axe before I go, and snag my javelin that I threw.
Easily done, as thrown weapons are recovered. And any further actions before the pace is picked back up?
Nope.
Nope.
Just gonna give a small prayer for the two who fell, and then be on my way.
Further, you would continue. And at this point, I'd like to take a bit of a 10-minute break, if that's fine with everybody.
I am fine with
Yeah.
that. I have to use the bathroom.
It's 7:55, so I want to make it 15 and come back at 8:10.
If you need 15, we can take 15.
Yeah.
All right, we will resume at 8:10.
Whoa. I'm back. Hello. Is anyone else here?
I'm still here.
Before we even got to do anything, it fucking murdered two.
Save the two.
We saved two.
Yeah.
If this were like some sort of like God video game where the more belief you have, the more power you have, we just gained 2 followers. Hey.
Hey.
Fuck you clanging around for. I'm assuming pizza.
Putting the pizza pan in the sink.
What kind of pizza was it? Was it just a pepperoni and cheese?
Yeah.
Nice. You had a game yesterday, yeah?
Yeah.
Was that the Fallout one?
Yes.
How'd that go?
It actually went pretty well.
Nice. Tell me about it.
Well, we managed to save a Brotherhood initiate from after he got captured by people who worked for the main guy who was running the hub. Managed to get him back, and then we went with a couple of Brotherhood Star Paladins over to the Mariposa military base. There were 4 super mutants at the top that were guarding the entrance, and we had 3 rounds to basically get rid of them before any sort of alarm went off, and we managed to do that. Namely because the Star Paladins dealt so much damage to them with their Gatling lasers and all that. And ended the session where we were about to go inside. Basically had to go in there, look for stuff, and be prepared to blow up the military base.
I am missing one of my playing cards. Fuck. I wouldn't be worried if it weren't like multiple. But no, it's exactly one. Ah, fuck. Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Ugh. I have 8 HP. I don't think we can help any more people.
Oh.
Apparently 4 years ago, I timed someone out. Looking at my mod menu, or my moderation menu. Who just arrived? No one? Okay, never mind. If I do end up switching Mirex's class, I'm probably just going to make him a Battle Master.
Yeah.
So you know how Diablo 4 just got a collector's box?
Hmm.
It doesn't include the game.
Of course it doesn't.
It's a collector's box. Why would it include the game? Hello.
Yellow.
Nice.
It's pretty bog.
That one's less bug. Stop it. Murder. My audio quality, how dare you?
Mirk's knocking on the door of the sawmill be like,
I can hear the clicking more than the knocking.
let's go, England, score some fucking goals.
And now we're just waiting for the B-Man.
Don't you just love it when you don't roll above a fucking 5?
Hmm.
Like, oh, investigation. I have like 20 in. This should be a good roll. No.
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 So, as you're walking back, there's another group of commoners being attacked.
We get it. Garrock's too cool for school.
Huh.
To be fair, I didn't know what was there.
Yeah, that's why we
Yeah.
figure it out.
Yeah, it's like one thing made of plants and we had fire and shit. It turned out fine. Like, I think only Mirks got hit.
I got hit with a nat 20 and then a 16. I need to up my
Yeah.
AC.
Hmm.
I need to use a shield.
Yeah, I don't know why you aren't using a shield.
because I'm trying to do Net Boy, and that requires 2 hands.
Grow a third arm.
I can use my dick, but I don't think that'll work.
Nah. But man, we're all back and raring to go, by the by.
But man, I don't think it's here.
Hey, guess he just unmuted.
Oh, did he? Hi, Baman. Oh, poopy man. Are you so sure about that here thing?
He might just be silent to spite us.
The ground trembles with my every step. I have installed my floorboards incorrectly.
Okay.
Huh.
I hate how squeaky my chair is now. It's so annoying.
Ah, you missed the time where I had the Eldritch God chair. It was the best.
No, I didn't miss it. I was there for a short. I was there for a short time. And
Oh,
I was
yeah.
the end of its
Especially when it
life.
went- yeah, especially when it went through fucking voice changers. It was the fucking funniest thing.
Yeah, I was there for the end of its life. Don't worry. Shit was loud as fuck. Don't worry, I'll be fucking replacing it soon. My chair's getting more and more fucking squeaky.
Yeah, that chair has been relegated to the garage to hold an air conditioner unit as penance.
I mean, at least it probably still feels useful.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Let's see.
Everybody's here.
All right. Just give me a moment.
I have to bring shit up.
Yeah,
No.
Can you pick that up off the ground? Fucking throws paper. Little bitch.
fuck you, buddy.
Oh, speaking of picking shit off the ground, I had a teacher that he couldn't bend over very well, not because he was fat, but because he played football and got fucked up. If he needed something picked up off the ground, he'd just kick at a student and tell them to pick it up. It was great. He was awesome. He never smiled.
One student kicks it back.
No.
You looking for a beating?
Oh, I don't know, man. If I crouch, I don't think you'll be able to hit me.
Oh, he would be able to stomp your ass. He was like fucking 6'5".
Damn. Alright. Uno momento, guys.
1.
Was his name difficult, Pete?
I don't remember his name. All I know is he was Ginger.
Ah, no soul.
Fuck, there's a lot of Gingers that are where I'm from. For some reason, there's a lot of Gingers in my
Are you
town.
Ginger?
No, I'm not a Ginger.
Sounds like something a ginger would say.
Dude, I am the perfect Aryan child. I am blonde-haired and blue-eyed.
You alright?
Belch.
Yep.
Alright.
By the way, it is 8:10.
I know.
We're gonna
Okay.
Beat you up.
And with everything that had taken place in the woodcutters' forest now behind you, hardly giving any of them time to process their trauma because there's a lot on the table, and unfortunately you can't help them any further or anyone else with your continually degrading status among everyone. The wear and tear of fighting is making walking the earth below you increasingly difficult. Continuing on, 26 and 63, in conjunction with Thistle and Sadrius, would continue post-haste to get to the Inner Highshire Kingdom as fast as possible. You can see as you're traveling along the inner countryside, there's a few dotted smoke plumes that suggest that there are a few other areas where they may have experienced similar anomalous creatures forming inside of Highshire's walls. However, it's rather curious that through looking around at all of these sites, most of these instances, they seem to take place just inside of the walls. It's not too far inside of the kingdom that this continues. It seems like most of the strife was just behind the first line of defense. As you continue further in, any evidence of problems arising deeper into the kingdom are completely absent. There's the... Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna go over to Rin and kind of address the rest of my party. Just the things we face tend to be a part of the ecosystem. I think we can, in the future, prep more effectively if we know where we're going. Water-based stuff. We know it's gonna be based of water, rocks, and then grass and trees are grass and trees.
Those are
Certainly
right.
something to prepare for.
I
It
need
would seem the
to.
majority of our enemies are elemental based.
I think I ought to pick up a big hammer. It might affect the rocks a bit better. A bit better than my spears, at least.
You can never go wrong with a large hammer.
No.
Do you think I could borrow yours?
No, this is my hammer,
Yeah, I kind of figured that was the answer.
but I could make you one.
I might take you up on that.
Patrol 63's Elf Ranger Vela would speak up, and she would support the idea.
I have noticed that a lot of this presence of these monsters, they do have a lot of similarities to each other. It seems like most of what has been attacking us by the by is created by Helios itself. Like the energy is making them come together and they all have the same mentality to attack us. Has anyone been able to see stuff like this happening before the star fell?
With my time on the walls, would I? I've seen like the enemies that out there before the
So
start.
from what you've seen, enemies like this have been present on Helios before. Although, usually it's a mix between these creatures and more traditional monsters. Things that rally the line of perhaps something like a dragon, of course not quite as intimidating. More organic enemies that have evolved. These elementals are, now that the star has fallen, are extremely disproportionate. You've seen very few in the way of flesh and blood monsters.
During my training before the star fell, generally things were just fleshy instead of rocky, but there's been an uptick of those fucks.
They have existed before the star falling. I've seen many variations during my time amidst the exiles.
Oh, you were an outlander.
I was.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's interesting that you became a cartographer. Considering your previous life, it's admirable.
I accomplished nothing by simply surviving. Working with you and those of Highshire allows me to do something rather than just live.
Those are words to live by. Yes, I've been trying to take as many notes as I can. It's as if after the star fell, all these beings just seem to come out of thin air, and, well, not thin air, but rather the materials on the ground. I wonder if this is Helios itself that's doing this. It's not unlike the energy that radiated before, right?
That is certainly a theory. As if Helios itself is rejecting humanity.
Sadrius would make a comment. It's an interesting view, I suppose. I try to err on optimism. Historically, it was the more flesh and blood creatures that forced us to build the walls that we did. But this is more so... It's something else. We all came from this planet. Some is more
anomalous and short-lived like the creatures we're fighting now. Others evolved. It makes me wonder if maybe the star is connected to everything popping up. I err on optimism, and I like to think that perhaps Helios is trying to stave off that which came from the stars, as if fighting off an infection, and it decided to create its own anomalous creatures, like fighting a disease that one would catch. Perhaps we're just caught in the crossfire.
A possibility.
Either way, I believe we should look at the place where it fell, either next or soon.
It would be imperative to understand the events in greater detail. They have an effect on us. Knowing what's causing all of this destruction would be the first step to counteracting it. And as everyone would continue, eventually a available cart would be hailed. Given the presence of Sadrius, Thistle, and there's quite a few of you, all of you, that have the mark of the cartographer, it's not difficult to get one of the locals to let you borrow transportation, given the nature of your mission. And it would dramatically speed up your approach. You can see that when you were last going through Highshire's kingdom, things have gotten considerably more dire, as people have drastically shifted to defending what they can. It's a mix between homes and small arrangements of towns that have been largely abandoned and those that have decided to stay, taking whatever resources they have to create their own defenses. Barricades and spiked walls, reinforcing windows, improvised weapons. People are taking some repurposed resources and creating things like ballistas to mount onto roofs of houses as measures of defense. It seems like everyone's doing what they can with what they have in order to defend their home. And one more round of perception rolls as you're going through the countryside.
Oh boy! If it's lower than a 5, I'm gonna scream.
Please. No! No!
6.
Alright.
Oh
It's
my
a six.
god.
If it's lower than a 5, I'll scream rolls a 3. 4, actually. Apologies.
Yeah.
Higher than that. Dirty 20 on my part.
Same.
All right. Let's see how everybody did.
Dirty 20, 17, and then a 6.
Oofy ouchies.
He can't help his robot, thus he can't see.
Speeding up the process with the cart, you would continue deeper into the kingdom, and the horizon of the inner wall would come into view. And what's curious, as the further you go in, you would notice a lot of the remnant aura that had been permeating in Highshire's kingdom, especially towards the walls, after a certain point on the road, abruptly would stop. It's as if you passed through a veil, and whatever was allowing this aura to descend into the kingdom is now not there. There's a clear air, breathable, and the very light tingling that was on your skin going through all this auric runoff from the rings, that sensation fades almost instantly.
Just like at the tower.
And you would look up, and with your perception rolls, you can see that there is a definite impact on the visible aura. It's almost as though the further into the kingdom you go, it's as if the aura is being redirected, repelled
it's very faint, but with your good checks, it's like a certain shimmer exists within the higher airs of Highshire that are preventing any of this auric life to descend further down. Highshire is being protected by something, perhaps. And continuing forward, you would see that there's a few interesting displays of people trying to protect themselves. Some nobleman houses, you can see, have very visible arcane wards that have been created along their fence lines and on the stone walls of their homes. It almost looks like there's personal guardsmen that have been hired to defend these homes as well.
The wards that are on these higher noble homes, would I be able to recognize that as just different forms of abjuration magic?
Roll Arcana to see just how much detail you can get from that at a glance.
Mirix just assumes boom wards.
Dirty 20.
From what you can tell, a lot of this is abjurational to arcanely bolster the integrity of the stone. And you can also see that there are various runes that are placed along points of entry. You imagine those are evocative in nature, as though arcane mines in a sense.
Boom
Where
wards!
if anything were to try to get in, they would meet heavy resistance. A lot of the guards of these estates, they almost look like normal folk who have just been given a pauldron or two, a spear, and are told to defend the place. You think that maybe a lot of the locals who didn't really have anywhere to go may have taken up this kind of job to both help defend and have a job at the same time. Before long, you would approach the inner Highshire wall, and if it wasn't in a stir before, it certainly is now, where people of all kinds are amazed and terrified by all of the dancing lights that are high above their heads, and also a bit mesmerized by the protective shimmer that appears to be protecting Highshire's inner city from having any of this come too close. Given your good perception checks, the longer you stare at this, the more that shimmer in the sky is reminiscent of the shimmers in the Heliostone after Sagius completed his sermon to consecrate the place.
We just need a bunch of priests to walk around throwing holy water, and then we'll save the world.
We are.
Speaking of which, I need to pick up some holy water. That'd be fun.
Where is this crap? There we are. Sadrius is looking up at this as well. And after a while, he would speak up on his own. Look there, cartographers. To the skies. Follow the trail that you see in the sky, and you'll find that it leads back to the pillar. This is part of the divine power that we draw our prayers towards. Believers or not, that is plain to see. The Pillar of Commandments has a presence to it, much like what I was attempting to reconstruct at the Crucible before our time was cut short. As you can see, when applied firmly, it can ward off great power from outside worlds. It's a shame that I wasn't able to complete my work back at the Crucible. Imagine every wonder that we encounter along Helios, consecrated, creating a protective veil such as this, to give people a chance for expansion, reclamation of the homes they once had so long ago. But at the same time, in doing so, it makes me question how well our unity would uphold for expanding outward so quickly.
My question is, why do we not just put more pillars Not as big, but throughout the city.
The Pillar of Commandments is made of heliostone. It's a natural wonder of Helios itself. We didn't make it.
Do you think if
We're
we
sim-
get enough priests to the rings, they could do the same there? Because those are also heliostone, aren't they not?
They are. And I would hope so. Imagine if we could consecrate the Great Ring. Imagine if we could consecrate all of them in time. The chance that it would give us to ward off all of this energy creating enemies. That was my goal, my vision when I left the walls. I hope now you can understand that a little bit more clearly.
Definitely puts things into perspective. If the keystone was not the forest that it was, you probably would have achieved it.
Perhaps. Although, looking back on it now doesn't change anything. It's ideas like this and having the tenacity to see it out is what's going to save us, I believe. Our perseverance stoked by a belief.
Yes.
Continuing inwards would be a considerable struggle to get through all of the people who are trying to either get into Highshire's kingdom or going about with whatever panic is in their hearts to prepare for the end times to get ever worse. As reports are stirring in from the outermost parts of the kingdom on what happens to the areas that were not protected by the aura of the pillar. You can see that the rumor mill around here it turns quickly, and rumors are rampant like wildfire. People gathering up in groups, and countless instances of he said, she said. It seems as though this kind of information drops the barriers that people may have towards one another, the differences between race, affiliation, lifestyle. It all doesn't matter when it comes down to facing a threat that threatens all of them equally, as people in seemingly unity are coming together from all different walks of life to learn more about the recent developments that are taking place. It seems like the kind of information that is being carried by you cartographers is quite valued by everyone still surviving here. They seem starved to get this kind of information. Something and anything they can use to better prepare themselves and make a difference in whatever way possible. To protect the things they care about.
Oh, man, I did want to ask.
Yeah.
Ever since we boarded the cart and I've been traveling, every 15-20 minutes or so, I did want to tune into the Seeker visual feed to ascertain its progress.
So the Seeker is currently en route towards Dagny's estate. And it is the majority of the way there. Granted, it only goes so fast, and it's comparable speeds to being on horseback, much like your cart currently is. It is probably within the next hour or two going to arrive upon the Silver Hides.
All right.
And continuing inwards, a dialogue is open with Patrol 63 as Jin would speak up again. So 26, there's a good chance that we're probably going to be parting ways after this, don't you think?
It seems so.
I'm not sure where we're going to be going next. I don't even know where you're going to be going next. I don't even know what's going to happen as a whole, but for whatever it's worth and whatever may actually happen, it was nice being alongside you guys through all of it.
I mean, I suppose it's been a welcome occasion to be working with another cartographer patrol.
Yeah.
Next
ask
time.
me,
Oh, sorry. Continue.
If you ask me, it's really knocked some sense into my thick skull. I used to get all caught up on what the neighbors were doing, or if anyone's taking from my crates, or doing whatever dumb thing I was worrying about, but none of that matters now. In fact, I'd put my life on the line and have been putting it all on the line for those very people that I was getting into these snobby little scuffles with. It's funny how that works.
Yeah.
Yeah. I hope that Sadrius can bring back that friend of yours. Sounds like he's got some pretty juicy info.
Have you ever been arrested?
Hey, Arx.
Well, yeah. A few times.
I wonder if we ever encountered each other. I was training to be a guard.
Yeah, a couple bar fights here and there. Punched a dude that was digging up some of my crops at one point. He deserved it.
Oh, bar fights. I may have been trained to be a guard, but I actually did one while you were out. While we were about to set off. Big fight.
Nice. Way to keep some tradition alive. That's one thing that I do dearly miss. Maybe we'll get a break tonight. Who knows?
There's the Singing Ring, was it called? Maybe.
Oh, that place is great. They rearranged the furniture around there to get a little ring going. Most places don't allow for open fights like that.
Maybe tonight, if we get a chance, we could go there. Have some fun.
Maybe tonight. Hey, if you get released for the night, you come right there. That'll be my place to go to.
Put some bets on each other. It'd be fun.
You see Erigar shakes his head behind them. Really? You get tired of fighting and then off duty you want to go do some fighting. I'll never understand you, Jin.
It's not fighting, it's fun. Fighting is for your life.
I am curious. Earlier you spoke of arrest. And to be quite honest, I've not had time to acclimate myself here in Highshire and inform myself on the laws and inner workings of this place. Tell me, does this place use the death penalty?
I'm glad we're bringing up all the fun topics now as we're parting ways.
And by the way, Mayarks, you would know, they do not. The worst is exile, where they throw your ass out the other side of the walls, which is equivalent to death in terms of the judicial system.
Death is not a thing that you'll be granted here. You'll just be tossed out on your ass, and I don't agree with it personally, but it's what they do.
In other words,
yourself.
the government won't kill you. The outer elements would.
Yep.
And what is the minimum offense to warrant being exiled?
Salt, generally. That's what Orbosh was basically thrown on his ass for.
Really?
It's
Not time spent imprisoned?
Prison requires resources. If you make them fight for their own, then that's not our spending. It's, again, barbaric and horrible. I do not agree with it.
I have been meaning to speak with the Inquisitor about the exiles.
You asked about one in particular. I do remember.
Yes, that's right. Evan?
Elijah.
I hope they have updates on him. For your sake.
I believe it would be prudent to change Highshire's views on the exiles, especially given the circumstances Highshire faces.
That's why I was hoping would happen with Orbosh. Maybe we can make them see reason with him. That was why I wanted him to be with us.
After what he's done for us, he's more than guaranteed that.
He is indeed a shining example of the goodness within the exiles. Their
Yes.
capacity to change for the better, and their willingness to do so.
Yes, but with the good, there's also the bad.
The
If
bad. I'm
where
more than aware.
you
I
and
faced many would-be robbers and the like during my time.
if we just allow everyone to come back in, then murders would be rampant among those who wouldn't be very keen on coming back peacefully.
A vetting process would be in order then, as well as oversight. The exiles have picked up many skills with their time beyond the walls, skills that can be used to the betterment of the people within.
But that assumes they're willing to help.
That assumes that they're willing to come back if they want to come back.
That assumes they
Many
won't
do.
kill people just for the chance.
That is a
We're also-
possibility, but the groups I've interacted with have shown that they are more than willing to do so. They have banded together to show that they can cooperate for the greater good of their kind.
The groups are not
hopes
the
of
ones you need to
gain.
worry about.
I intend to speak more of this with Akoda after we give our report and findings.
I think that's a noble idea.
Hopefully Obosh can talk some sense into them.
I think it would be simpler to send resources out than to have people come back in, but that's a different conversation, I suppose.
Yes.
From Patrol 63, Caecilius the dwarf would speak up. You guys talk a lot about this Obosh guy. He seems like a pretty swell dude. Was he one of your patrol? Like, you say he died. Like, what's his story? I'm kind of curious.
That's the issue. We do not know who he is, really, because our memories have lapsed.
What we do know is that he proved instrumental in transporting us to the Startographer, in which
Yes.
we obtained the core. He also has shown valor in fighting the beast outside.
Rin, you were an outsider. Obosh is are all the outsiders like him?
Now, there are those who, well, have become more primitive given their circumstances. Either being expelled from the walls has changed them, or they were always less than of strong character.
I guarantee you we're going to encounter some next time we leave without the company of the elites.
Well, we met some on the way to meet. Well, we met some on the way to the church. The only reason they didn't come after us was because we looked more armed than we were, and we had guards with us.
Yeah.
When it's just the four of us, we're fucked. They're going to come after us.
And for the first time since the Crucible, Morthos actually speaks up in the conversation.
826. It still hasn't. We still haven't really talked about what's going to happen to us. Our patrol. You seem to know a lot about the Inquisition. What are they going to do to us when they realize that we may have been manipulated by that stone? What's going to happen to me?
Me personally, I do not think we should mention that you were manipulated. Just had a lapse of judgment, but it is up to the others how they want to respond.
Sadrius interrupts. I think it's wise to put all cards on the table, even if we think it may put us
as individuals at risk. We can't afford to throw any information that we risked our lives to obtain under the table. We need to keep sight of the bigger picture, as I've been telling you all.
Need I remind you that Akoda did use Zone of Truth on us the last time we talked to her?
Is that what that was? Yeah.
Well, she's an inquisitor. Understandably, in times like this, people may have their reservations on being forthright, especially if they didn't choose to become a cartographer. She, at the end of the day, like all inquisitors, must do her job first, before anything else.
Yes.
Well, we still have the
let's
two
get
halves
this
of the
over
stone.
with.
That's true. Speaking of which, who's been holding on to that thing?
Merrick raises his hand. A half.
I trust you haven't been making any direct contact with that thing. Even if it is inert.
Nope, it's in the bag.
Ah, I see. That's good then. Prolonged exposure raises questions we don't have answers to. And Morthos would lowly speak up once more. I'm still not sure if I should have died back there or not. I don't know what's going to happen now.
The
I
best you
attacked
can
you
do
all.
right now, is inform. Is inform. That's all you can do.
I guess so. It's not a reassuring answer, but it's something, I guess.
It's not up to me to decide what happens to you. That's up to the Inquisition. And if they choose to relinquish you of your position, then you must accept it and move on.
Move on to what? The world's ending. I don't know what to do with myself now. I did volunteer to do this. But I don't know. I question everything about myself. To have something that isn't your own in your head, it's so invading. You lose sense of what you even are. And I don't even know if that's truly what happened or if I just made an incredibly stupid lapse of judgment. And if that's the case, should I even still be a cartographer?
I'm going to
Thank you.
reiterate what everybody said at least once at this point. You acted what you thought was right. You did nothing wrong.
Really? Are you sure?
Yes.
Definitely.
Quite frankly, if you don't ever make a mistake, then you're not a person that exists, to put it frankly.
Hell.
You're alive. Most of the cartographer crews are alive. We even brought back guards, and we've recovered bodies that were, in normal circumstances, be thought lost. You've not done bad to get this far. It's a marketable achievement, if anything.
Hell. The amount that these people tell me I make mistakes, it feels like it's quite normal to make them. Just staring at Rin, just with a small grin.
The only thing you can do is try not to repeat them. Learn. That's all there is to it.
Garrick and Mayarks, roll persuasion to see how. well you do that.
18.
Hey, not bad.
Question.
Answer.
Can he just give me advantage?
Yeah, can I just give Mercs advantage instead?
You were supporting his point, so yes, that's also fine.
He's dog shit at
Let me roll
18.
with my-
Hey, double or nothing.
I'd much prefer just me roll instead of him fucking it with a nat 1 that's -2.
What? Don't my points just resonate with people comfortably?
Sometimes. Most of the time, on average, no.
Now that you've actually been paying attention to Morthos in conversation, you've passively noticed throughout your travels that she's had very guarded and low submissive body language where
She has her arms crossed and she's looking widely down at the ground towards the back of the party generally and isn't making much commentary. And your words really seem to have broken her out of her shell, and she seems to carry herself a little bit better, and her eyes widen as she nods, takes in your words, and seems to have a new line of thought that seemingly is more optimistic than previous, as she gives a series of low nods to all of you. Guys, thank you. I'm not sure I even deserve such of the encouragement, but I suppose I need to take this as an opportunity to be better, to learn. That's all anyone can do.
Of course.
Learning is how we move forward.
All right. Any further dialogue from anyone?
Not particularly.
If not,
No.
Mirix is just gonna go into the reclined position.
Getting through the thickest of the crowds, all seemingly stirred by the buzz of information, as well as the general riffraff that you'd experienced previously between...
Oh, there was one thing I wanted to do.
You may.
General perception on trying to hear any, like, general information that we don't already know. Just try and listen in on random conversations.
Roll perception, Merix.
Tune in to the teenage gossip.
Basically. 14.
From what you can hear, there's a lot of commotion where people are comparing monsters that they've heard about in tales and recollections from their ancestors on the monsters that attacked them back then, and trying to directly compare the nature of that to what's going on now. There's almost a direct confliction for everything that you may hear about a monster looking or acting a certain way. There's almost someone to immediately pipe up and give a rebuttal, saying, no, they weren't green, they were purple. They weren't flying, they came out of the earth. What are you talking about? You're smoking something.
I would like to write a note down that says the monsters are based off the different elements of Helios itself. Expect just about anything. Grass, use fire. Rocks, use kinetic force. Vines, use slashing. And then put the small seal of like a cartographer's or the Inquisition itself, and just try and give it to anyone doing most of the gossip.
Oh.
Yeah, you just drop it. Someone's bound to find it.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
Try and give the correct information, make that spread like fucking wildfire.
You would give a quick description of everything that you had found, more objective observations, and DM suggestion, writing some of these things down, these connections you're making both in and out of character on the little sheet thing that I gave last time, may be advantageous when it comes to drawing actual conclusions in the road ahead. But you would do that with plenty of ample parchment to spare, and granted that you are in the presence of a chaplain, an elite, and probably what I think there's 10 of you total of cartographers all bearing the mark. You have a lot of influence as you would interrupt the bullshit that had been going around, and people are, as you hand these out and setting the records straight, people are almost fighting over the parchment to get a clear read, and you see that what you have down on the paper begins to make people rethink things as it stokes the wheel of it was this way, no, it was that way. But people are needing probably a bit of time to take everything that you are throwing at them into consideration. But you're definitely making a difference.
Good.
A few more reports. It's mostly describing monsters and how the front lines are holding up and why Zula is allowing this to happen. Things of that nature. Or if this was Zula's intention, religious perceptions on things. There's even a report that in the far side you hear an elderly woman speaking up, recalling accounts that a friend of her great-granddaughter had a doll that came to life and started attacking her. You're not sure about that one.
That one's interesting, but
It's a possibility.
it's possible, yeah.
Let's
We
actually get
we
inside.
seen the energy affect that Steel Guardian, so it's in the realm of possibility.
That's right. And continuing on, you would of course cross the threshold through the thick of gossip and arrive at the High Capital. And you see brighter than ever the shimmer being produced from the Pillar of Commandments on the far side of the moat waterfall valley that is keeping the place separate from the rest of the Inner Kingdom. You can see that there is definitely a production of divine aura that is being sprawled upwards out from the pillar, straight up into the sky, where it fans outwards in a dome shape and would radiate over the horizons of the kingdom, eventually falling where you would imagine to be the line that's not too far short from the actual walls. You imagine there may have been a time where the walls all were contained within this aura that the capital's producing, but over time, as expansions were made, this protective field that the pillar is capable of producing eventually is no longer large enough to cover the entire kingdom. Thus the incidents that you saw coming in.
They outgrew their bubble.
Precisely. And making great haste, everyone would continue forward, and I presume there's a straight shot that is being made to get to the Hall of the Inquisition.
Yes.
Just a side question.
Yeah.
The waterfall you mentioned the last time we were here, does it lead into a river or a pond? I'm assuming this is fresh water?
So you can see basically right here, there is a large, you can think of it as a moat valley that separates the pillar from the rest of the kingdom. And of course, there's bridges that go over it. And there is a few water flows like this. There's smaller streams, and a lot of them appear to be man-made, where there's a concentration of water that would kind of take a bit of a departure and would spill over into the stream. And it is, in fact, freshwater, as you would know just based on your time on the outside, that most of the water that flows through Highshire's kingdom is water that comes down from the mountains, from the peaks of the valleys, where the water would melt, run down to streams, and eventually flows here.
Mirix is gonna wash himself again. The same, on the passing the by, and just get in the same fucking prim and proper fucking stance.
Dunk your head back in.
Dunk my head back in.
You give yourself a dunk and would take a moment to clean yourself up to be as presentable as possible, getting same strange looks from the nobles and people that are on this part of the kingdom. But nevertheless, with the large crowd you're in, the hurry that you're in as well, and the increased commotion of everyone here, they don't really have the time or breath to ask what the hell you're doing.
I'm also making sure that symbol of the cartographer is on my back or something. Just making sure.
Yeah.
No, I'm a cartographer. Fuck off.
And as that water would pass through your wounds, it does sting quite a bit.
Fuck.
You realize that you're worse for wear.
Yeah, I'm in pain. Can I do a medical check on or a medicine thing on myself to try and close up active bleeding?
Well, I'll say that over the course of travel, that managed to. You're not actively bleeding all this way, because you probably would have fallen unconscious from blood loss by now.
Yeah.
So while you're not in that kind of continuous duress, you're still still beat up.
Walking around, leaving a trail like the world's most horrifying snail.
Yeah,
medicine check is not necessary. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you clotted by now.
Yeah, the very clear battle wounds on you are up for view by everyone. And you imagine that plays into a part that no one is messing with you because of that. They figure, yeah, whatever it is that you've gone through, you've earned the right to do what you want.
Okay.
At least in terms of using this as your personal wash.
Just gotta be presentable, you know? New scars need clean wounds.
For whatever it's worth, yes.
They do know we are cartographers. It's not like they won't expect us to come in beaten and bruised.
The first time I was here, I got yelled at by a lady, so I was expecting
Because
to
she-
get yelled at again.
Because she saw you washing yourself in the river.
Yeah, and I did it again. I don't care. I'm going to continue to do it. It's good for you.
Far be it from me to be the one to stop you.
Bathing is
Thistle
okay.
speaks and says, I suppose it's a good sight for them to see our cartographers coming back. Battered and beaten by battle, but still alive.
Yes.
Gives them reason to believe in the cause.
Or it worries them because if that's happened to us, they have no chance.
All the more
Well-
reason to be your best.
If we can't exactly worry about everyone's inner monologue here, we kind of have our own things to worry about.
Yes.
You are
Let's
correct.
head inside.
Mirix is gonna
Making
try
great
and take
haste.
the front, as he's the chatty boy. And I'm just gonna push the fucking halfling up with me, because I know he's a bard.
Yeah, Corvus would accompany you.
The talking head should
So-
probably be up front.
Well, I can talk my way out of whatever I need to, but the question is, do you want my help with my filthy magic, or are we over that now?
Just kind of looks at him and just... I'd prefer no magic, but if you catch me off guard, I'm not going to punish you for it. He
Not
just,
that I would ever try to cast any sort of charm on an inquisitor, because that's really not a good call
that
to
is
make,
a
but
dumb idea. Do not do that, please.
I didn't say I was going to. I'm just saying there's a proper approach for this stuff. Whether you're washing your hair or you're gathering your words in your noggin, it's all the same.
I'm gonna try and scruff up his hair a little bit. Just, I must look better than you at least.
Hey!
Behave, children.
I'm in my 30s.
And yet you act like you're half your age.
Bit of fun is always good. But, we should support each other. Try not to contradict each other's words, you know?
We might bicker a little bit, but when it comes to stuff trying to kill us, I'm gonna go, I'll have your back, whether you like it or not.
Just a small grin.
And by now, it is a bit into midday, into early afternoon. Continuing forth through all this banter, you all would arrive at the mouth of the Hall of the Inquisition, with much of the same commotion as you had witnessed before. And I imagine you're heading straight in.
Yes.
Yep.
In you go.
Hey, this is familiar.
Hey.
In you would go. As you enter the ethereal presence of the prismatic glass and interesting flickering flames of the Hall of the Inquisition,
You made a new token
Metal.
for Thistle. Oh my god, it looks so good.
right?
Oh my god. Alright, sorry.
Yeah, no,
Brain went on autopilot. I apologize.
no, your choices matter, and that's a clear example of the impacts that you guys make.
Also, now that the chaplain is bigger, he kind of looks like Howie Mandel.
God damn.
Yo, is that Johnny Sins?
You know, he does just look like an older Johnny Sins.
He kind of does. All right, Johnny Sadrius, let's go.
Okay, moving on.
Continuing inwards,
Adding priest to his whole list of fucking work accomplishes. Holy shit.
Man of God.
Patrol 63 would gather into a group and would effectively prepare to split off from you, as Jin seemingly has assumed the role of the face of the party, since it seems as though Titus previously had that role and unfortunately didn't make it back here with you guys.
He got fucking obliterated, sadly.
Well,
And he gives a head count to everyone, looking back to all of you, and gives a warm smile and a bit of a bow, a form of respect, as he kind of puts a closed fist to his chest. You imagine that's something from his heritage, as he gives you a proper thanking for everything that you had done, as he speaks up. This is probably where we're going to split up. We're probably going to have a lot of debriefing or whatever they do now. It's going to be tough with less of us here, and scary to think that there may be even less moving forward, but this is what we got to do. And I'm grateful that you guys came by. Looks like we both at least got back in one piece and learned something that's going to make some sort of difference.
If I ever meet you in the singing ring, I will fight you. Gladly.
I'd be happy to kick your ass. Remember, if you got tonight off, you meet me there. If I'm off too, it's happening.
We'll see
You
what
two
they
should,
decide.
You two should probably rest first before we get to that point.
Please.
I can't make any promises, I'm afraid.
I think you'll change your mind when you find a comfortable bed.
I've had my ass handed to me before.
And Merrick's is gonna say the same line, and it's not a night unless I'm out cold. Knocked out cold.
Yeah, that boy.
Daddy's just looking at you deadpan in the face.
It's the same line that I'd used on Dagny.
My bet's on the god.
Everyone in 63 would give their final parting waves and smiles and words of departure as they would group up together and would depart proper, having completed what they were expecting to do. But, of course, one of them, Aragar, would stop as he kind of tugs on the shoulder of Jim, like, wait, aren't you forgetting something? Oh, shit. And Jin comes back. Hey, I almost forgot. You have that stone, right?
The halves of the stone?
I'm thinking, if we could at least have one half of that, just so we have something to show. It's kind of what we came for.
Just gonna take it out of my bag and with like a bit of cloth, not holding it at all, and just kind of handing it over to him.
As he takes it and he's like, whoa, 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 whoa. And a few of them would get out cloth so that he's not making direct contact. All right, this thing is okay. And he's just awkwardly going, like, holding this out as far away from him as he can, using cloth so he's not making contact. And the patrol continues to go further into the Hall of the Inquisition.
It's funny watching them hold what looks like a haunted potato.
As Patrol 63 would disappear into the crowd.
I mean, at least these two halves will never touch again.
Here's hoping, assuming nobody else around here is stupid enough to try to put them back together.
You have the other half, so unless they get it off you somehow.
Well, that's gonna be a fun conversation, isn't it?
I mean, the Inquisition will definitely ask about it if they realize that if they talk to 63 before they talk to us.
I'm going to tell them it will explode on them. That's not exactly a lie either. It did explode into a massive cloud of lightning?
Well, it essentially opened a gate.
Yeah, let's not open a gate in the middle of Highshire.
That's what we need to warn them about.
Well, let's get our business out of the way first, then.
Chaplain,
Yes.
would you like to lead the way?
Of course. And the chaplain would continue on as everyone would follow, and Thistle would bring up the rear. The presence of a chaplain in a place like this gives a lot of attention to not only him, but yourselves by extension, and there would be plenty of officials and nobles, scribes, people from all different persuasions are attempting to stop you for conversation, to which the chaplain very firmly, although gently, dismisses them, as there is more pressing business to attend to. As the patrol would make a divot off to a particular wing that Sadrius appears to be familiar with, and would get a hold of a few of the guards, who promptly arrange for an Inquisitor to come and meet with all of you. And before long, a second.
So, Sadrius.
Oopsie, that's the wrong thing. There we are. As two Inquisitors make their approach, but you still may speak.
So, presumably you're about to become a Chosen. How does it feel?
A blessing, a burden. I have a lot on my mind. To be granted with something like this kind of responsibility during a time like this, I can't afford to be anything short of my absolute best.
Stay safe.
And I can start by proving myself by bringing back your friend Obash, and bringing truth to all this obscurity.
Useful.
And on that topic, the process of becoming a Chosen is very specific. I'm not sure how many liberties they're willing to take given the circumstances of everything happening, but an audience is needed. People to essentially vouch for my potency and connection with Zula. Given that I'm going to be bringing your friend back and you're going to be present anyways, I was hoping I could rely on the four of you to be witnesses to my ascension to the chair.
I will, definitely, but I do have something to speak with you about.
You can speak openly, unless you wish to speak more privately, of course.
This is my group. If I don't speak openly, there's no point. I had a weird dream while in the place. I was a Chosen. And
What?
that I'm going to finish before I try to elaborate my there was basically a cliff on both sides, a tunnel, and seemed to be a portal or not a giant white wall in the distance, and I encountered a woman in a similar armor to a Chosen, but more grim, and she seemed to have the same weaponry. It seemed a bit too odd to not bring up.
And I will correct, as the DM, you were an icon, not necessarily a Chosen.
Sorry.
Yeah.
He would have said icon, not Chosen one.
Yeah, I know what you meant. Sadrius would take in your words and would nod slowly. And what exactly occurred between you and this other icon?
A field of bodies of soldiers of our side and presumably enemies of us as well. And it was just me and her. I was trying to get to her to explain herself and why she did what she did, because I presumably knew that she killed everyone there. And she just said that I couldn't see the truth. So, as she wasn't explaining herself, we fought. And I somehow understood how to use the icon. I somehow knew how they fought. And I fought like one. If it was me.
This could be a sign of sorts. This could also be a manifestation from the crucible, from the stone, or something else. But if you hold any faith to Zula and the tenets that those icons fight for, I strongly recommend you keep an open mind
and an open door to Zula's influence. For if you have any doubt in such a thing, instead guarded, you may never extract a further truth from that. Visions are mysterious things, and it can often be difficult to decipher from simply a dream.
I'll definitely try to get a list of the tenants and follow them to the best of my ability.
It's not up to me to extract meaning from the vision that you experienced. The experience in its wholeness is yours alone. You have the puzzle pieces. It's up to you on how you're going to assemble them. As for a figure that resembles anything you described, an icon, female, well, that would most likely be the icon of veneration. She holds a special position among the icons. I know very little about her, but she has more of a longer leash than most, not contented to stay within the strict guidelines of protecting and blessing. She more so has authority to act on her own volition as she sees fit.
Does she have a name?
I don't know it, regrettably.
And I'm assuming if I bring anything negative about her, I shall be put in my place.
Not necessarily, no. Having a bad dream about someone committing violent acts is not really damning, until you're able to solidify that it has something more beyond itself than just a mere vision. If you dream of someone committing violence, are you going to wake up and then prosecute that real person?
I'll need a refresher on the icon's tenets. I will follow them a bit more thoroughly now. For now on.
We can go into greater detail on the icon's mannerisms later. As for now, the Inquisitors are here. And there would be Inquisitors that are being led to you, and Shire Guard Elite would also be in the presence to orchestrate a meeting, seeing that Chaplain Sadrius was brought back safely, and 4 members of Patrol 26 are there with them, accompanied with 1 out of the 3 elites that were sent to guard.
But he looks more badass. Eh?
He does. And one of the Inquisitors would speak up. Sadrius, it's good to see you again. I'm glad that everything out there was insufficient to put you down. I'm glad you're back. And Sadrius gives a warm nod. Yes, and from what I understand, you have an important place for me to be. To bring one back. She replies, yes. You would speak of Obash. We've moved his body to the Pillar of Commandments. I would head there immediately. I can give you further detailing. And Sadrius would give a nod. Something further, Inquisitor. I heard her voice. I believe that what is about to take place is going to be a test of trials. And the Inquisitor has this eye-opening stare. Says, get there immediately. I'm not sure what else to say. You will need to speak directly to at least one of Zula's chosen to further elaborate on this. That's incredible, though. You of all people, I would know. Are definitely it for the job. Congratulations, Sadrius. He gives a nod, and Sadrius would give a parting glance towards all of you. I have good faith that you will most likely be meeting me there. This is happening so fast. Have any of you been inside the pillar before?
I'm assuming I haven't.
What's that?
I'm assuming I haven't.
Nope.
Yeah.
I'm also assuming I haven't.
Nope.
I probably haven't either.
Nope.
People of the Inquisition still think I'm just some horrible monster in this suit, so no.
None of us have been there, I don't think.
No.
And with that, Sadrius promptly is off with one of the Inquisitors accompanying. And the remaining one would give an assessment to each of you. I see your mission was a success. And pardon the rash interruptions. My name is Shayla.
Extends hand. Mirix.
A pleasure, Merrix. And Thistle would give his honor guard salute as he effectively stands at attention to the authority. And the Inquisitor would continue to give everybody a quick surveying. You all are worse for wear. Please come with me. Let's dress your wounds and get some more information on everything that's occurred.
Yes. We have much to tell.
And Thistle speaks up. Inquisitor Shayla, permission to speak freely on my own behalf. She gives a nod. I wish to continue to accompany Patrol 26. I feel like my experiences have become valuable information, and I could contribute in a positive manner to everything they hope to achieve in terms of gaining intelligence on the world outside.
I can attest to that.
In addition, I have 2 of our own in this bag.
Oh no.
They did not survive the endeavor. I wish to have proper blessings bestowed upon their bodies and put to rest in the yard. Shayla would give a low nod and would take the bag and essentially is taking it with her. Of course, we will have everything prepared proper. And the Inquisitor would beckon you all to head to a certain offshoot where I assume everyone is going to be following from there.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm totally just gonna fuck off another direction because fuck it, why not? You know? Totally gonna get fucking killed.
I don't control you.
Assumes fetal position in the Inquisition halls, goes to sleep.
Like, dude,
I'm
fuck
taking
you, I won't diddly do what you tell me.
I'm taking a nap.
I'm a digger never here.
Yeah, I'm gonna fall asleep.
To keep things moving along, the Inquisitor would bring you to an offshoot room that looks like something like a miniaturized temple where you have a small arrangement of priests that are dressing wounds of the injured, from guardsmen to what you can assume to be other cartographers as they bear the mark. And Shayla would assist them on having them effectively dress all of your wounds, as they would recite clerical magic into the room. There's something of a statue, small statue of Zula as in part of a fountain, and as they go to recite their practices, the water would glow brightly, and it becomes clear that this is in fact holy water, and there is a mist that would fill the room. And let's see.
I'm just going to pipe up and can I take a bit of that holy water in some bottles of mine?
One of the priests would give you a bit of a strange look as he scratches his bald head. I suppose we have something we could spare for you, yes?
Just kind of
As-
nods. Thank you.
Yeah. The mist would coalesce your wounds and would rest your aching bones as everyone recovers 17 hit points.
Thank you.
And effectively, within the few minutes that you're in here, you gain the benefits of a short rest.
Ah. Take a short rest. Haha. I'm going to use some D10s.
Yeah, I'll be able to get back some of my spell slots for the day, at least.
Mm-hmm.
Up to level 2.
I'm going to use another D10 because it's only allowing me to roll one at a time, and that's kind of annoying.
Oofy ouchies.
Oh, I used one. I'm already good.
25. What did I roll? What were the numbers I rolled? Because I didn't put my fucking...
6
6 and 8.
Okay.
plus the
6,
17.
Ah, I am maxed. Ha ha. That means nothing because we're about to probably take a long rest, but whatever.
And I'll say within this debriefing that's taking place, you all, for brevity's sake, would give a summarization of everything that's taken place to this Inquisitor, and you give full details on all that's taken place in terms of what you saw, the rings, and
Literally everything.
everything. Literally everything.
Including
And-
the biblically accurate asshole.
Yes.
Right. Yes, they would take that sketch and they would copy notes of everything that came from your own bag as well. They would take the bag of holding in, remove the 2 bodies from there, and would have them unceremoniously discarded out of there and then hoisted away to be prepared for what you can imagine to be a proper burial.
It's like one of them icing things, except the body slides out.
Yeah, I'm also going to be tinkering with my right arm and diverting power away from the lightning launcher back to the gauntlets.
Easily done. You would arrive on the final detail that you gave coming back, where you describe how the energy that had created the monsters just inside the walls was seemingly contested by a more divine force going further into the kingdom. And she would tell you, as effectively discussed by Sadrius in your own conclusions, that that was the power of the Pillar of Commandments. Powerful words and sermons that had been performed by the chosen themselves to create a protective barrier for Highshire using their association with Zula. And you would fall onto the topic of the fallen stars, which she would kind of stop within her note-taking with her scribes. She would look up at you. What do you... fallen stars? Was this directly over Highshire?
Did you not see it?
We've had no reports. When the rings had flared up, with our barrier flaring to life as well, and the bright energy that was distorting the sky, we couldn't see anything. So you were one of the few to have an outside perspective, and you're telling me there were objects that fell to the planet?
They were shining as bright as a second sun.
Just
They flew away towards the north.
kind of generally towards the rest of the party. Told you that's where we were going next.
Which, to reiterate, as what you actually saw, they looked like stars during daytime, and they came from the high north, and they impacted the earth in the southwest, just a ways away from Highshire.
Yeah, they came from the north and landed in the southwest.
There's also quite a few of them that landed, if I remember correctly.
7, yeah?
Yeah.
7. This could just be another anomaly, but we may have to further look into this and keep a sharp eye out on that horizon.
Well, whatever it was, the reaction that you saw was probably in a reaction to what happened.
You believe the stars and the flaring of the rings are connected?
I believe so.
Wouldn't be unreasonable.
I understand. And
Just
yeah, she takes all this into consideration, and the scribes would do much of the same to get all that down, as this is a new revelation for them. This was previously unreported.
Inquisitor,
Yes.
what do you believe to be more important? The star that you know of, or the stars that you didn't know? What would you like us to investigate first?
Quite honestly, they're both anomalies that we know nothing about. And given from my report here that you have a special affiliation with the Startographer, and he was ushering you to head north,
It's difficult to make a judgment call just by reading the facts on parchment.
I think we should follow the Startographer's ushering. What do you believe? Gesturing towards the rest of the party. And Thistle, because he is now part of the party and he has no choice.
Oh no. I just had a terrible feeling. The magics around here brought random things to sentience recently. Part of me thinks that may happen to one of those stars.
More than likely.
In which case, if we do go out to any of them, there's a chance we might be fighting a star head-on.
I mean... Oh, fuck, I want to make a Pokemon thing so badly. But there's no... I mean... It's made of stone. Just bash it real hard, and that probably will be the most effective. As well as bombs.
Are you sure?
Explosives break rocks pretty well.
Yes, but a meteor usually isn't just rock.
I don't know exactly what the meteor is made out of, but I'm assuming it's made of rock. If not, I can just bring multiple things and be prepared for just about anything, including the holy water.
The Inquisitor speaks up again. Need not remind you, your job is not necessarily to fight off everything that you meet. It's to gain the information critical to give us an understanding of what we're up against. You don't have to fight these anomalies alone. You only help us understand so we can fight together. As for which direction you should go in, quite honestly, as for an official instruction from the Inquisition, I'm at a bit of a loss just taking all this in at face value. There would be a voice that would call out from behind her through the door that would speak up. I think they're able to make their own decisions by now. They've more than proven that. As you would look up to the source of the voice, Inquisitor Akoda has entered the room and joined the conversation.
I would just stand and do the High Shire salute thing and just... Hello, Akoda.
Hello,
I'm not
Max.
moving from my comfortable bed.
I'm grateful to see that your patrol has come back in one piece. And
For the most part.
I see that we have lost a few of our elite along the way. Regrettable, but given the circumstances, it seems as though their sacrifice was well placed.
They did fight bravely.
It would have been a lot worse had they not gone.
Seeing that Akoda is effectively taking the reins, Inquisitor Shayla with the rest of the scribes would complete their documentation. Akoda would get a share of it, and they would be off to effectively bring this to the rest of their intelligence base to start making sense of everything.
Akoda's still here?
She is.
I would like to, formally have Thistle here join our corps. He's very useful.
To become a cartographer proper.
Yes.
He seems pretty good at it.
He lived whatever the fuck, and just showing the notes. He lived through this, and he knows a lot of information now. He's very valuable and very dedicated. And I'm sure he would appreciate being able to work further on these.
And I see that his helmet has acquired its own unique marks as a testament to his worthiness. Quite
Well,
unique.
Okay.
It seemed suitable at the time.
Whether or not to have a repurposing of Thistle from elite to cartographer is not completely off the realm of possibilities. We can negotiate the exact semantics of it. But in the meantime, we do need to stay focused on the matter at hand with Obash and his connection to the four of you.
3.
And Thistle would speak up. Permission to speak, Inquisitor. Dakota would give a nod. I wish to accompany my fallen brethren, to see them off, to give my own departing prayers, if I may have the freedom to do so, before further judgment on my future role with these four. Dakota gives a understanding and sympathetic nod. Of course. You've more than earned your place to see them put to rest properly. You bear the burden of not only going above and beyond to fulfill your duties, but you brought them home. And she gives a approving nod. And with that, Thistle would stand up in the center of everyone and would look at each of you for a moment. Rin, Dagny, Merx, Garrick. It has been an honor. I trust that we'll be working more closely together in the coming events. Thank you. For everything you've done for Highshire, for Zula, all of it.
Thank you for your service.
I would do it all again. And with that, with his Shireguard Elite training standing at form, he would about face and would be out of the room.
I want
And in the
to
meantime-
adopt a Highshire Elite.
For just 5 gold a month, you too could adopt a Highshire Elite. Provide them with the necessary tools that they need to survive and thrive in their community.
It does like the panning pictures of the elite guard where they're supposed to be sad, but it's just their fucking helmets. You don't see underneath them at all.
Yeah, just the sad violin on the road.
Like one of them on a seesaw with nobody in their heads just smacking their ass on the ground.
One of them spring horses.
Oh my god. Fucking shit posting.
We will adopt a Thistle before the end of this campaign.
One of them just in a very sparsely decorated room,
That's great.
sitting in the corner.
In the arms of the angel.
Dialing it back and having silly thoughts go through everyone's heads, both in and out of character. And seemingly the ritual of mending your wounds and resting your aching bones is coming to a conclusion as a lot of the holy water would begin to settle once again.
I just
Alcoda,
realized we were in a holy sauna.
pretty much.
This is just
Yeah.
people throwing holy water on a set of coals.
Alcoda would loosen her shoulders a bit, having the notes, and would pull up a seat and would sit down to effectively join the four of you. And she's kind of skimming through the notes and looks up to each of you.
How are all of you feeling?
Worried?
Like shit.
Just pointing at him. Just, yeah.
Yes. Things have only gotten more complicated, I'm afraid. But, given what we're about to do, perhaps a lot of the questions that we have discovered will have answers to accompany them. We're about due for that, don't you think?
Let us hope, and hopefully it goes the way we want it to.
Yeah, hopefully you don't run into more questions.
That's we both know we're gonna run into more questions. Do not kid yourself.
There will always be more questions.
Why are there always questions? God damn it.
I can tell you that there are, in fact, always questions. That's the nature of what I do, what I've always done. It's maddening, knowing that we may never get all the answers that we need. All we can do is our best. And make do with what we get in return.
Yes.
These notes tell me that you've taken great strides to learn quite a bit. I could sit here and question you, but it seems as though the Inquisitor before me has already done the bulk of that. So I'm not going to further strain you with any of that right now.
Thank you.
Of course. We've been keeping Gervan and Nashira in our company, and they've been monumental to furthering our understanding on the Startographer's connection to all of you, and how this may further connect to all the events that continue to unfold every day. Yashiwa's connection to the sky is fascinating. She was unique to each of you in that regard. We continue to understand where exactly this plays a role. Her bloodline is rare, and the circumstances which dictate her birth, much like the rest of her race, are incredibly hard to gain any understanding from. Although Garvan seems to have some sort of previous connection with her prior to all of this, so it seems. And Rin, as far as that question you raised with us on finding that child you had encountered on the Outlands, as far as I'm concerned, the human trafficking operation that's been unraveled through everything we've looked into that, while there's more important things that we need to divide our resources to, I've kept my end of the promise. Suffice to say, I'm not sure if I'll be able to locate this child, assuming he's still out there. But we have reason to believe that he's capable. Not your average child.
I see. Wow, it is disappointing to hear the lack of immediate results. I am thankful for all that you have done and continue to do in regards to the boy.
Yes. A single missing persons case during cataclysmic times such as this is hard to issue a continued search, but should anything come up further, you will be the first to know.
Give a thankful nod at that. Yeah.
Oh,
Now if...
oh,
go
sorry.
ahead.
Continue. No. Mine is nothing important right now. It's just updates that Rin has for us. But you continue. We'll do that. I'll talk to him later.
Assuming that all of you are feeling more rested, and we've certainly gone to lengths to try, you should head over to the Pillar of Commandments proper. I'd like to accompany you, if you would have me. Seeing Obash come back and give us answers, I feel like I could use that myself.
I mean, we're not just going to say no to you.
Well, you technically could, but either way, who could resist the opportunity to see something like this?
Suppose it's not every day you see someone being resurrected.
It's extremely taxing, even for us, even in the before times. We typically take issue with doing something like that. Death is a natural part of life. Whether it's from a blade or from old age, everyone dies, sooner or later. Even those as divinely channeled as the Chosen, as long-lived as they may seem thanks to their connection to Zula, it's not immortality. No one's exempt from this principle. Still, with so much riding on the information you carried, this is what must be done.
Yes.
DM, I have a question.
Answer.
Do elves still continue to live in this world for like 800 years?
Oh yeah,
Okay.
they can be pretty old.
Then Mirix would have a comment. Just the elves are the closest that you could probably get to immortality.
They certainly have longer lifespans, that's for sure, but even still, looks can be deceiving. If everyone is set, I would like to get a move on towards the pillar.
Yes.
Just doing some stretches and cracks out of his spine. Just
All right.
follows.
And with that, everyone would essentially become as well rested as they can be under the circumstances, would gather their things, stretch, and
Rin, your bag, of course, is given back to you, minus the 2 dead bodies and minus the cracked half of the keystone, of course.
Keystone? No, he didn't have it.
We gave that half to 63. Garrick has the other half.
Garrick has the other half. I had one half on me. Garrick has the other half.
Oh, I see.
Garrick
Either
has
way,
it on
that unless you're contesting, the Inquisition wants to take it off your hands to take a further look at things.
I mean, yeah, we meant to give it to them. We just wanted to tell them to keep those halves separate.
And I would also request that we get it, at least a chunk of it back, just to keep it from fully forming again. Like, not a huge chunk if they want to keep a majority of it, but just enough to where it won't form fully again.
Gotcha.
I was kind of hoping we could keep this chunk for an extra day.
Extra day. Do you have an idea on how to further extract its uses?
Maybe. I just wanted to see if I could get any more information out of it personally before handing it to your experts.
Do you take personal interest in this? You specifically? Could you elaborate on this?
I was the one that I suppose started the sundering process, so if I could extract a way to do that more efficiently if we run into something similar again, which, judging by our experience, may happen again, then I would like the opportunity to do so, I guess.
Either that, or you could try and figure out how to use it to better craft your weapons. Maybe enhance our own equipment with it. I mean,
Bit of a stretch, I'm afraid.
Go ahead and roll persuasion, Dara.
can I
Oh,
give him
boy.
advantage on that?
Nope.
While he's doing that, I'm adding on to this.
I
I
will
do
give
not
myself a
believe
dice.
it wise to tinker with that item, even broken as it is, before a greater understanding of it is obtained.
Oh, nat 20!
Fucking crit! God
Oh yeah,
God
baby!
damn it.
That's a nat 18, baby!
Nat 20!
I hate this fucking game.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
He don't need Papa Murex.
I grant you it's strange a request, but I hope it would be helpful.
Akoda would pinch the bridge of her nose and looks up, seemingly wrestling with her own thoughts, and would look towards you with a gaze that you feel like she is looking right through your cold exterior, right into your very heart. It's a bit chilling almost.
Yes. Well, I
As
mean, it's a
this-
stare that I'm also used to doing to other people, so I understand.
Yeah. It kind of shakes you up on your shoulders a little bit more than you were expecting. It's quite sudden. And she would eventually speak up again. We would like to keep an eye on you if you're going to be tinkering with this personally. Having multiple views on any experiments would be advantageous. Granted, you are the exception for those that have been touched by the Startographer. I will allow this until the end of the day. And then we really should have this separated, given you have already had extensive contact with this as it is.
Completely understandable.
I'm taking a risk by allowing this. You need to understand that.
I still do request that a small chunk of it does come with us. Not the whole lot, just to make it not reform if it could.
Well, we don't know if that's a possibility. We need to understand this better first before we make any further moves on our own. Undoing an action that we regret making is not going to put us in a good situation. We measure twice before we cut once. And she still has this cold look that she's giving you, very analytical, like she read you like a book. It's a little unsettling, but she would give away from that and kind of return to a more less inquisitor-like demeanor towards everyone else. If we're about set, the Pillar of Commandments awaits us. I understand that one of the Chosen is personally waiting for our approach, given everything that I've been told about Sadrius hearing Zula.
Yes.
you will be meeting a legend. Chosen Leonidas, the founding father of the Shire Guard, will be in your stead to bear witness to this.
I know that guy. Well, not personally, but I know of that guy, probably.
Well, hopefully we make a good impression then.
A paragon for all who aspire to protect those who cannot protect themselves. You will meet him, and we will bear witness to Sage Reese's miracle. It's an honor for me to be witnessing this myself, if I don't say so on my own. In the meantime, if we're ready, let us not keep them waiting any further.
Yes.
And with that, you would all get up and would head out of the Inquisition.
While walking, I would just offhand. Is it Akoda or just Koda?
Akoda.
Akoda?
Yes.
Is there any significance to you looking like a mural to Zula?
She kind of she baits her stare for a second away. Well, truthfully, I base a lot of how I live my life on her. And I figure an appearance similar to someone that I hold to every principle of my life will somehow make me closer to her. It's silly, I know, but it certainly commands my presence and my intentions, looking close to the deity which has given us so much.
I don't know.
Some may call it childlike, but I take a personal pleasure in doing so.
Just kind of put my hand on her shoulders. It has its merits. It gets what you want done. I appreciate it.
She is rather pretty.
Agreed. Just
As you get a bit of a crack a smile from Makoto on that remark.
And with her in tow, the four of you would approach a bridge that goes across the valley to lead to the Pillar of Commandments proper. Would you guys mind if I take like a 5-ish minute break? There's probably like 20 to 30 minutes left after this, if that's fine with you.
yeah.
Fine.
I want to continue on to 11. Oh,
Well, all right. Well, we'll see how it goes. If it goes later, it is a Friday. So
yeah,
we'll
I'm
see.
gonna go have a smoke anyway.
I don't have
Also,
work
I
tomorrow.
can't believe Akoda's literally like fucking fangirling after Zula. like I gotta do my makeup up like hers.
I'm so happy I asked that.
Wow.
That is unironically fucking hilarious.
I know.
By the way, that's the funniest nat 20 I've ever rolled just because it's a 17.
Yeah, I think that probably.
I was like,
would be
you.
funny.
I was sitting there like, you motherfucker.
I
If you
heard-
rolled anything but a crit like that, that shit would have been taken away from you.
I was just.
Oh.
I heard the DM brain going of just how the fuck do I not have him keep this?
Anyways, yeah, 5 minutes.
I'm gonna go grab a drink and piss. Ow! Fuck! Ow! Oh, I hit my fucking elbow. I'll be right back. Ow. Behind the door. I didn't even know he was in my room. Oh, you didn't know he was in there? No, behind the door. I don't know when he got in. The door was closed. Behind the door. Behind the door. Next to my fucking.
Aw, hi, buddy.
He fucking small.
Oh,
How do you feel?
me?
Yeah. Is your hip getting any better? No. No difference. Alright, Toby boy, how you doing? Oh, Who wants a picture of a cute ass motherfucking cat?
Sure.
Where is my phone? There it is. He's sleeping on my backpack.
I have returned.
I'm sending a picture of a cute ass motherfucking cat to the group chat. If you're gonna watch TikTok, you gotta mute yourself. I don't want this to be copyrighted. I apologize, but I'd much rather not have to deal with the hassle of muting shit.
No, you're fine.
Kill it.
My God.
He's just on my fucking backpack.
Your fucking floor is grody. Clean up.
There's 2 pieces of paper. What the fuck do you mean?
It's a sock.
Yeah, what the fuck? There's a, oh my god, oh no, there's a fucking sock. It's not a cum sock, it's just a sock. I wore it earlier. It ain't standing, it's not a cum sock. I'll be right back, I gotta close the fridge. You know it's gross when you can walk out those motherfuckers. Damn, bitch, you live like this? Fucking 2 pieces of paper on the ground, you're just like, damn.
And also what appears to be cat vomit in the corner.
Where?
Right next to the cat, to its right.
Oh, you mean the cat toy? Or the circle on the ground? That is what?
That's hot orange cat vomit. Something wrong with your cat, man.
No, that's a cat toy. It's right next to where he is.
Also, fucking Kirok -3 charisma.
Yeah. Oh. I think I figured out how I'm gonna fix my character. Which, I don't know if it would be good or not, but I think I'm gonna start trying to make him a paladin. Because now he has a reason.
Are you going back? Are you switching to fighter?
I'm either gonna switch to fighter entirely, or I'll start making him a paladin.
Because I don't imagine multi-classing with your homebrew thing is gonna turn out well.
Yeah, I was gonna ask B-Man if I could, and remove a level, every time we level, remove a level from Gladiator and put 2 into Paladin or something. And then in 2 levels, then I basically beat the fucking retard out of me. That's a bad word, especially while streaming. I beat the stupid out of me.
I can't believe Jam hates the mentally ill. Or stunted. What's the fucking kosher word for that?
I don't know, honestly.
Mentally challenged, I guess.
Neurodivergent.
Oh, if you look at the stream, there's also a picture of my cat, because, oops. I accidentally put that on the screen.
When?
I opened a big version of a picture of my cat from Discord, and it put it on the stream because it's recording that window.
How long has that been there?
I don't know. I mean,
Christ.
that was during the break, so I did that.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
So
I was like, oh god, all you're gonna see look at the playback is a fucking cat. No.
No, it's during that break, it's just a cat.
Gotcha.
I mean, that'd be a funny fucking thumbnail.
Fair. Alright.
Is Jacket back? No.
Nope.
Fat boy.
All right.
Well, if we're waiting on him,
Oh, B-Man, I did have a question.
Answer.
Since I'm probably going to try and start unfucking my character and making him less useless, I was going to ask if I could get the tenets of the icons. I was going to ask if I could just start leveling into Paladin, but instead of just whenever we level one level, put 2 levels into it, remove 1 level from Gladiator as a sign of beating the stupid out of him.
That can be arranged.
Basically getting out of this class because it's not fitting for this campaign at all.
also B-Man, anything good on the Seeker channel?
On the what?
The Seeker channel. The
Yeah,
television.
the mission that Seeker's currently doing.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck me. Yeah, sorry about that. I think what might be best here, just for the flow of everything that's here, because I don't want to.
Wait till next session.
Yeah, like I'll give you we'll give a full detailing on that, because that's kind of like it's almost like splitting the party into 2, you know.
Yeah.
So we'll cover that first thing next session, just to not break up the flow of everything that's about to happen here.
I hope we
gotcha.
get to adopt a Thistle. Every
Put him
party
in the
has...
No, put him in the bag. Just whenever we need him. Thistle, I choose you. Unload the bag.
I mean, if it's been longer than 30 minutes, you're just gonna throw out a dead body.
10 minutes.
10 minutes. No, after 10 minutes, they start suffocating. 30 minutes is guaranteed death.
Cast and Biggin on his lungs.
Oh, no. Yeah. Every single D&D game has some sort of NPC that the group adopts, either like a wolf, a chicken, a goblin. We're adopting a Highshire elite.
How fitting.
This is mine now.
This is mine now. This is our Thistle. We saved him. He's ours.
Where the fuck is Jack at, though?
We took him in. We fed him chocolate.
We fed him chocolate. Oh no, that's poisonous to elite guards.
Oh no!
God damn it.
In the, yeah, I definitely need to fucking get that part out. That's getting turned into a fucking short. Hello. We are ready to
back.
start.
All right. Uno momento, por favor.
Uno
I
momento
like the shiny
grande.
rock.
Yeah, they also like the shiny rock. They're trying to take it from you.
Oh no!
Those fucks.
God. Jesus Christ. All right. With Akoda in your company, you would cross one of the long gilded bridges, which is lined with a series of flaming braziers to make it to the center of Highshire civilization. The pinnacle of their religious belief resides on this wonder for which all of the civilization you have come to know is based on. This one heliosic wonder which they have taken in to become what they have called the Pillar of Commandments. You can see as you approach, with the afternoon sun gleaming on the very clear heliostone that makes up this spire, there is, in addition of human architecture which surrounds the spire to further reinforce it, many parapets and buttresses which give a church-like aspect to things, given that the surrounding immediate area of the spire, the pillar rather, is effectively a giant church, which houses Zula's chosen proper. And upon getting to the far side of this and approaching the gates, you can't help but feel within the highest concentration of this warm divinity radiating from this pillar to all of the kingdom, it has a bit of a warming, calming effect on each of you. Regardless of your beliefs, this is a very physical, very present force. And you all can't help but feel just a bit humbled and a bit relaxed at the same time. There's a certain peace in this warmth that is washing over you, ever stronger as you approach the gates.
Yes, the docile beam is working.
Yes. You will be friend.
Seems that way.
Don't drink the Kool-Aid.
As I take a sip of Kool-Aid.
Oh no.
Oh no.
There would be a large gilded marble entryway that would mark the proper entrance, and you can see the architecture here is the best that Highshire can possibly conjure. The brightest of minds over the course of generations have done their masterpiece work here, and every inch of the door, the marble surrounding, is decadent, pristinely cut, with murals portraying Zula and the progression of man, their struggles through everything that happened 100+ years ago, is illustrated on all of the depictions that you can see as you walk forth. You can see almost a detailed telling of the history of mankind throughout all the races coming together as you approach the gate. It transcends language. There's not necessarily writing. It's almost all visual storytelling, and it's done masterfully so. You would arrive at the gates, which are man-made, implying that there's just a big entryway that would allow into the Heliostone. And as you approach, you can see that the Heliostone actually makes the base structure is glowing very vibrantly with this divine light. It's as if this is a superconductor for all of their religious energy made manifest. It's very similar to the work you've seen done at the High Crucible, as if the Crucible was but a child's toy for this master-crafted display of divine power. And you would enter proper to see the interior.
Wait, this entire building is made of Heliostone, yeah?
For the most part, yeah, there are human additions to it, but yeah, that's the majority of it.
So there was naturally a massive fuck-off pillar of, like, Heliostone.
Here?
Yeah.
Yes, evidently.
That's
You'll have to
fucking
ask
cool.
about it to get,
All right.
You'll have to ask about it to get further detailings.
I'll ask the big boy of main importance and then get told to fuck myself.
Inside is a place beyond worlds. There is a warm light that is radiating through every square inch of this pillar. There are enormous fire braziers that give a flickering orange, angelic glow towards the top parapets of this chamber. There's an incredible crystalline circular window made of the similar crystalline material that you saw within the High Crucible, except this is glowing light as though a portal to an afterlife beyond your wildest dreams. And through everything that's present on the outside in terms of architecture and engravings on the marbled pieces, it is just as apparent in here. Depictions of Zula in the most pristine material and expert craftsmanship that you've ever laid your eyes upon. As if you weren't humbled before, you certainly are now. As despite feeling this sense of peace, you can't help but feel a bit of overwhelmed insignificance within the presence that this place emanates. Looking forward, you can see through all of the established pews, which were placed there by a man, they're not Heliostone, and the altar up front. Towards the center front altar, there is a towering figure that is looking down upon Sadrius, who seems to be present at the front of the altar, looking over the table. Sadrius would see your approach, but isn't really able to fully turn and say hello, as he seems to be deep within his concentrations. On the table would, of course, be the deceased body of Obash, prepared neatly for the ritual they are about to cast. And towering over all of them, everyone before you would see there is a beautifully gilded, ironclad warrior of sorts with this holy complexion unlike any other before you've seen. This is chosen Leonidas.
Christ, even has sunbeams coming off him.
You can tell he's special because he's got a neat border.
The High Shire salute has been made towards this man.
Within even just an instance of laying your eyes upon this man, it becomes quite clear that the model that is the High Shire Guard, the Shire Guard rather, is based off of him. And the party at large would make their approach as you would get within a certain distance before you feel like you should probably stop to give them their space, as there is a strong collection of this warmth that is surrounding Obosh and Sadrius in conjunction, as he has hands expended up, and they seems to be bending this light to his will, to the assistance of Leonidas himself, as he is overseeing this process. There is a collection of shining gilded jewels that are arranged in a certain way around Obosh on the table. You imagine these are some of the most precious resources the High Shire has ever collected, here to perform a resurrection. And Akoda would lean into the party and would speak softly as not to dare interrupt what's taking place. Be humbled, cartographers. You're about to witness a miracle. This is a rare privilege for even the chosen themselves, for this is rarely done, given our beliefs. And you would make your approach, and Leonidas would raise an ironclad head of his to see everyone coming, and he extends a hand to all of you to come forth as the chosen would speak.
Approach, cartographers, and be judge and jury to the fates of the fallen.
Approaches casually.
Yeah, Dagny very hesitantly steps forward.
Hiding behind the two massive people.
I mean,
Would you like me to make room?
Would step forward with, you can tell that she is, her entire focus is on this process. And Leonidas would continue to speak.
We will be performing not one, but two great acts today. In light of Zula and her will for the future of humanity, we have deemed this fallen man necessary to come back from the beyond, to assist in our continuing struggle for survival and unity across Helios. Similarly, Chaplain Sadrius has heard the voice of Zula himself, judging himself the conduit alone which Obosh shall return from the beyond. We ask Cartographer Patrol 26 to bear witness to his worthiness in the ability to complete this great feat and ascend to the highest privilege that we can bestow as the followers of Zula. Do you, cartographers, accept this responsibility?
I do.
Mirex nods.
I accept.
The eyes would fall onto Garrick, who is remaining curiously silent.
Is there a small stone that I can just toss at him real quick?
Jacket, you there?
Hello.
Are you going to say anything?
Is there a need for me to say anything?
Leonidas is looking to you for verbal confirmation on partaking in this very important ritual.
And I suppose I'll give a nod and affirm like everyone else.
All right. And Leonidas would then turn towards Akoda.
Inquisitor Akoda, I appreciate you accompanying the cartographers to their present duty here. You are dismissed.
And Akoda looks up with a bit of surprise, as it looks as though she's about to protest, but then chooses her words carefully and gives a acknowledging bow of the head.
Mirix would speak up, just, I would like to request her presence here.
It will not be necessary. Her skills are required elsewhere. The need for her services in Highshire are constant.
Dagny kind of touches Mayarx's elbow. Says, please, Mayarx.
Just puts his head down and just, okay. Not even say anything, just back.
Akoda puts up a hand to you, a very firm, authoritative hand to you, Merrick's, to prevent you from dare speaking up against the Chosen again. And she would speak up on her own behalf. I understand, Leonidas. Thank you. And yes, your point is valid. There is much to be done, and scarcely any time. I'll be on my way. And, tail between her legs, so to speak, Akoda would leave. And with that, all the attention falls on the table with Obosh.
Chaplain Sadrius, are you prepared to bring one back from the beyond and fulfill your duty as orchestrated by Zula herself?
Sadrius is almost locked in this ritual which he's been conjuring, and he would be able to, through all of this, give a nod. I accept. I'll do whatever it takes. Zula willing.
Then by no further hesitation, please proceed and let this miracle be performed.
And you would see a lot of the gems that were surrounding Obosh, and is quite the spread that they've prepared here. There's a bunch of holy symbols, the likes of which even some of you who are familiar with these kind of processes, at least to a limited extent, wouldn't even recognize. You imagine that this is the most consecrated of their artifacts that they reserve for things like this. And before long, light flooding in from the giant circular window would intensify as the Heliostone seems to answer Sadrius's beck and call, as the wavering energy through here, the divine clerical presence, seems to respond to his request for control. It's as if a divine hand has been extended to Sadrius, and he, through some form of unseen grace, has control over it. As these gems would glow brightly, a shining, almost blinding white, and it would begin to lift off the table. It has a bit of a vague resemblance to the stars that were shooting across the sky that you had witnessed previously, which is a little unsettling to some, but of course this is far something more beyond the sum of its parts. And you would see that Sadrius is muttering a reciting of something under his breath. It's quite hard to make out what it is. And it seems as though a pulse shift in the air and the very stone itself is felt, as you would all shudder as everything within the pillar begins to glow a vibrant golden light. And this is almost blinding to most, as the intensity of light increases, and even to those who are the most resistant to being overwhelmed in their sensory would find themselves completely washed over in this white light, as there is a magical auric divine thrum that is coming from the table in which Obash lay. The shift in the air would continue and would pulse inwards towards Sadrius, and then the blinding white light would recede, as you would all slowly, after effectively being blinded, would eventually regain your vision. You can see Leonidas has clutched his chest, and he too seems to be lending a bit of his own prowess to smoothen this process, given his familiarity. And you would see Obash's body floating in the air, and there is this dark, greenish, almost blackish, misty wisp that is pooling off out of the wounds that had ultimately killed him, as there is some strong magic that is being forcibly exhumed out of him, as this radiant light is surrounding him and weeding out the workings that had led to his death. And after the last trace of this horrific looking magic is dispelled, smothered by light, and is no more, you would see finally those wounds close. And Obash, with a divine light seemingly coming from beneath his skin, would slowly lower to the table once again, the light slowly flickering. And after a few tense moments of Sadrius and Leonidas being as still as the statue before them over Obash, there was eventually, finally, as a labored breath drawn from the lungs of Obash are heard echoing throughout the chamber, as the dead body is no more and Obash has been resurrected from the dead.
Like, Dagny is so overwhelmed by this that she just she turns around covering her mouth.
And you can see there's a glow coming from behind Obash's eyes, as they are almost absorbed in a white light. And the same applies to Sadrius. And although Leonidas is clad in this decadent armor, there is a glow coming from under the plates, and you imagine he is much of the same. As you can imagine that this intense clerical divine magic had gone through each of them and is now slowly receding, as Obash takes many labored breaths, coughs a little bit, and is seemingly staring upwards towards the ceiling and perhaps beyond to something else, as after a few moments he regains himself. What am I?
Open arms, walking towards him, hug. If I'm allowed.
Right past Sadrius, as he seems to be coming back from this. He's seemingly stunned by whatever just moved through the pillar, and you give Obash a big, strong hug, and Obash is taken by surprise, as though he is in a thick mist and you had just broken it, as he, through fluttering, still glowing eyes, sees you, and he goes,
Naarx, is that you?
Welcome back.
Back? What happened? Oh,
That's for you to answer.
I don't understand. I feel like I've been asleep for so long.
Dagny then turns around. You were dead.
Dagny, is that you? He's squinting his eyes, seemingly having a hard time seeing you. It's so bright.
She's kind of like walking almost unsteadily but surely towards him.
You
I am
would
not
do so, and
facing
you would
this
be able to
hug.
get right up to him.
The last time we saw you, there was some sort of necromantic creature attacking the wall. You drew attention away from us so that we could get away.
That's right. I led them away from you. Where are we?
Opash, please, this is important. She puts both hands on each side of his face. What happened after you drew the creature off? Please.
Dagny, are we in the afterlife?
No, you're in the Pillar of Commandments. You're back. Please.
Taylor. I'm sorry, I can't explain how I feel right now. Right. You brought me back from the dead? Me?
You're pretty important to us.
How could I be? I'm just an outsider trying to do what he could.
You're more than an outsider. You're a cartographer now.
You're the only one with the memories.
Just
I-
pulls it, wraps her arms around his neck, just crying.
There are 2 people hugging him now.
One of you. Someone like me. Is that real?
Yes! It's so hard to believe.
Wow. But why me? You seek to find what killed me? Is that where this goes?
It's more than what killed you. It's what you remember when we went to see the cartographer. The startographer.
The other one.
The startographer. Right. Out in the sea. On that marbled island.
Yes.
You were also sure of it too. You knew exactly where to go. I trust that the information that he gave you is led somewhere by now. That thing that he gave you.
That is next, but for right now, what happened after you chased them off?
I had managed to lose them. They were just reanimated corpses. I had gone not too far into one of the remnant hovels of, I can only assume was when outsider were once trying to survive. And before I could even assess my surroundings, I was completely alone, and then I remember the wind just suddenly stopped and everything was still. And someone was behind me. They were towering above me. They had to be at least a couple feet larger than myself. All I remember hearing was heavy plates moving as there was a single thrust as an arm came around and landed firmly in my chest. It was maybe the size of him. And he points towards Leonidas. big fellow, whoever it was. And I remember that there was this blade I've never seen before, stoked by something foul. And I felt it take me quick. And there were words spoken as this person was talking to me as I slipped into nothingness.
Male or female?
I'm not quite sure. It was a bit heavy through whatever helmet they had on. If I had to guess, I'd say it was female, but I could be wrong. I never got a good look at them. And they had spoken to me softly as I died. She said something along the lines of, "Your secrets die with you, nobody." She said that so calmly. Your secrets die with you, as does humanity. Whatever that means.
I'm so sorry that happened to you.
Just cutting off Dagny a little bit. Do you recognize the blade? Can you describe it?
Foul. But nothing I've ever seen forged within Highshire, at least for what I know.
Could you draw it?
I suppose I could.
Pulling out parchment and a pen.
Also fighting to pull out parchment and a pen.
You're rushing to get him to it, and you can see he's trying to move his arm, but he's barely able to even lift it up off of the table. It seems as though he's extremely fatigued and weak from his experience.
I'm gonna pick up his hand and just... I'll feel where you're trying to draw.
Maybe you should let your friend recover his strength.
This is
Coming back
important.
from the dead is ordeal.
Mayarks. He's right.
Trust me.
He's alive.
This
That's
is
what's
important. I'm just gonna put the pen in his hand and just... guide me.
I'll do what I can. You can see he's kind of trying to twitch his hands, but there's really not much of anything happening, and he's kind of gritting his teeth. You can still see through the dilation in his eyes, he's still very much out of it. And through your efforts, you don't really get anywhere. You imagine coming fresh off of being resurrected from the dead, he's gonna need some time before he's able to do something like this.
Do
Mayarks,
not forget the blade. Just
please.
dropping
I
the...
won't. So that's... I'm trying really hard to be as helpful as I can.
It's okay.
Used resurrection on me. Resurrection from the dead. You cheated death, and that's the best I can give you. I'm sorry. I didn't even think that power was truly real. I've only heard rumors. What else can I do?
For now, you need to rest. Recover your strength. Remember what you can.
Remember. I do have my memories intact. Even some, I don't know if they're memories after my death. What would you like to know?
Suppose that's up to the Inquisition to hear. They would have the right questions.
I have a feeling that you're going to need to describe everything between when we met up and till we got to the island.
Yes.
I feel like that could be done. Maybe
You're taking,
tomorrow.
and while this is going on, you can see between Sadrius and Leonidas, there's still glowing under the helm, a lot more intensely than Obash's glow. You can imagine they're still stunned and unable to really do anything at the moment. It's just you four and him.
Are you
And-
hungry? Thirsty?
he would, you'd see him search through his thoughts. And he eventually looks towards each of you. So, from the beginning, huh? After I met all of you, I remembered there was this, I think it was a tree of sorts that had animated and was slamming itself against all of you. And I had just been trying to survive, trying to evade that very creature when I wasn't quite sure if I inadvertently directed it towards you. So, trying to make right, I lent a hand and was able to help defeat the thing. And afterwards, explaining what you were, I couldn't help but feel like I could make a difference. Granted, I had nothing else to really continue to live for at that point. And so you allowed me to accompany you. We began to go in a manner of directions. There was no one shot that we went towards. I remember after having a series of strange occurrences through creatures, we settled down through a crevice in one of the valley sides. And the sun had just gone down and we were looking up towards the sky, and it's almost as if the sun suddenly came back out. And we looked up and we saw that the ring was glowing over Highshire. And it was giving this aura, this something. And of course we took our time to make sense of it, but what is there to make sense of? A little while we deemed it harmless and settled down. And there was one of you who was supposed to keep watch. I don't see her here. The purple-skinned girl.
Shira?
That was her, yes.
Happened.
She was acting a bit oddly once that ring had flared up, and then she just disappeared on her watch. And of course, I, not being one to sleep very soundly on the outside, decided to follow her. She was on top of a nearby cliff, looking upwards towards the stars. Her eyes were white, and she was suspended in the air. And that weird stuff that was permeating in the air from the rings was surrounding her. She was just in this trance.
The rings were empowering her.
I think so.
Gotta look to the others.
Or controlling her.
I, not understanding, decided to confront her. She told me something strange when she finally came to. She said that the rings, the aura it was giving off, increased her connection to the stars, unlike anything she had ever felt before. And she began going off on this idea that she had unlocked some form of foresight. She had specific wordings for it. The ones that she would use all the same to describe it to all of you. She said they were memories of the future. Everyone was skeptical, but I believe it was that blue fellow that was somewhat friends with her that managed to
coax everyone into hearing her out. I can't really know what she did. It's beyond me, but there was an agreement made that everyone would listen to her. And you did.
What happened after that?
She didn't know what would happen, I don't think. But she bestowed whatever was grazing her sensory to all of you. And me, too. And we saw memories of the future, just like she said. It was strange. It felt like I was watching something for hours, days. But it was merely a flash of an instant. Everyone saw things. And it seems as though most of us saw ourselves in the very near future, heading south, crossing a sea, arriving on a marbled island, and meeting a fabled figure.
That was
And
all?
that's... Well... That seems to be the common vision that everyone had seen. And we all agreed at that point that that was where we were destined to go. We saw events that not yet had come to pass. But... what's more is... it's... almost as if after that everyone had become different. Everyone's demeanor changed, as if they understood something beyond anything else. As for what I saw, I did see that too, but I saw something else.
What did you see?
Memories that weren't mine. I don't think. I
Tell
was
me.
in a different body. A different form. I was something else. It felt like I was entirely a different consciousness, like someone else's memories somehow came into my own head. I don't know how it happened. I was this creature.
What did it look like?
Well, I had this blob-like body, fins, tentacles, several eyes.
I'm gonna show him the biblically accurate asshole real quick.
He would see that and would kind of shake his head. No, something different than that.
No, the creature we fought.
And then
No.
change it to the other, like, the roach motherfucker that died that we have another drawing of.
He would once again shake his head at that.
Okay.
No.
Close book.
I feel like this creature hailed from the seas. It had memories of being in such an environment. As if it came from a world beneath the waves that we don't even know about. And I felt its pain, trying to decide the future of humans. As if humans were only a secondary dominant force on this planet. Lost in its thoughts. The memories weren't clear. It was as if it was several blurred together. All I remember was eventually seeing myself die again as humans cut me down. A war waged. I don't quite know how to describe it beyond that.
And you received these visions from this woman who received a gift from the stars.
That's my best interpretation of it, yes. But I think there's more to it than that. I remember when everyone had arrived at the Startographer's place, just before entering, there was an agreement held between everyone there, myself excluded. It's as if there was the weight of the world on all of your shoulders. As if you had seen a grim future imminent to come, and these words I'll never forget, that you had all equally spoken it, saying that these memories you had would soon be lost, given your experience meeting the Startographer figure, and losing those memories was critical for things to play out the way they were always meant to. I had my own visions, but I believe that every one of you had visions of your own, possibly seeing things that have not yet come to pass. That seems to be what you all said to one another, but none of you decided to further say it outright, so unfortunately, those memories are lost with you. One thing's for sure. Seeing all of that, you became certain that you were supposed to go and find this Startographer. And whatever became of that would set motions into place that would make things happen in a way that was seemingly necessary. But at the same time, it seems as though whatever truth was in those visions, memories of the future, as you keep calling it, also had very grim implications as well. I don't know what you saw exactly, but I have a feeling the road ahead is going to be tough.
Did we say anything about what we were going to do afterwards?
He's lost in thought for a little while. Not directly. But it seems as though everyone was washed over with an acceptance of a purpose that was bigger than anything. That you would be put through trials and tribulations that would determine the fate of more than just humanity.
You know that all of the things you say imply that there's more going on here than just humanity fighting the land itself. And that Zula's not the only player.
I mean, if what you say is true, then that would imply that Helios is alive. Or is at least cognizant.
Or is controlled by something else.
Either way, I think Nashir is the key.
It's funny, she was acting the most different out of any of us. Even before bestowing this vision. It's like she knew what you guys were gonna see. Like she didn't want to burden someone with seeing whatever it was that's in the future. Either way, it gave you the path that you needed. You seemed sure of it.
I have a feeling the sheriff may have seen something else with this most recent event, looking to the others when she says that.
More than likely.
I don't see her around. Is she safe?
she's being kept by the Inquisition, her and Garban, for whatever reason we don't know.
Backup, essentially. If we all die, they still have access to the core.
Yes.
And
I
they
guess-
decided to put me in that place.
Apparently you're worth 2, which is comforting, I guess.
And I don't believe we've had a chance to meet. I'm Garrock.
Right, yes.
That's right. You're an unfamiliar, mask to me. But if you're with the good company of the cartographers, you have a friend in me. I am Obash, just an outsider who got wrapped up into things he doesn't understand, but is willing to help however he can.
Did we get word that his, was it sister? His sister is okay?
From what you last heard, yes, she is alive and well with somewhere within the kingdom.
Would you like to hear about your sister? Or, yes, sister.
My sister. How is she in all of this? Please tell me.
The Inquisition told us she was alive and okay. I bet you'll be able to get to see her, actually.
Oh, I'd recommend you recover a bit first before you go wandering out.
Hell, they'll probably bring her here.
Well, if I have the opportunity to see her again and tell her how much I've missed her before going off to potentially the outside again, I would really like that.
We are not going to allow you to be sent back outside. That's not happening.
Inquisitor Akoda assured us of that.
The Inquisition would pardon the past and allow me back into High Shire. Really?
We vouched for you.
They brought you back.
You're back literally from the dead.
If they didn't like you, they wouldn't have done this much effort.
Like, they brought you back from the dead and then they're just going to kick you out? I don't think so.
No.
Well, I don't really know what's been going on, so you'll have to forgive me. After dying, all I remember feeling myself is just who I am, the form I've lived, just being disassembled, rearranged in a way, into something else. And then there was this great light, like the sun or a star. It's like I was returning back to it, shedding me as Obash and joining whatever that was in this weird togetherness. It's like I ceased to be, but I became part of something bigger, you know?
You came back as a star towards Helios.
I don't know if that's the right words, but that's the best I got for you. I'm not really good at speaking too good.
Yep. Definitely heading towards those stars next.
Well, you've already given us plenty of help, and I'm sure in the next couple of days, as you recover, more memories might come back to you.
And remember, the blade.
Right. I'm sure I'll regain the ability to draw soon enough, I hope. Otherwise, I won't be much good when it comes to fighting all the bad stuff.
Do I remember the Icon of Veneration's blade from the dream?
It was, it was not too dissimilar to the blades of the icons of Zula, where they are these essentially a consecrated greatsword. You effectively had one of their blades.
And their dancing sword was the same?
That was different.
That one was different?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, as interesting as it has been in interrogating your friend here, I believe he should probably get off the altar now.
Yeah.
If I can move.
Well, if you need some help, we're here. But we will try.
Leonidas, do you want us to take him with us, or do you want us to put him in a bed somewhere?
Well, are they even conscious? I'm just gonna...
Yeah.
Finding
It
the voice
seems
changer.
as though their stasis is beginning to fade, but Obash, upon trying to stand up, is kind of looking a bit inquisitively towards everyone else. Says, before I forget, what exactly did I miss?
A bit.
A lot.
The world is going to shit.
Wow, what
Well,
else
I think
is
you
new?
knew that.
If you see glowy bits of any color, stay away from them.
Yeah.
Period.
Glowy bits.
You know how the tower floated off and fucked off somewhere? With my nets?
Oh, right.
Yeah, stuff like that. Stay away from the glowy bits.
It seems to be giving life to random objects, and that said life is angry.
Very
That's right.
angry. Just showing off some new scars.
And before I even forget further, do we know what actually happened with the second king?
Second
They-
king.
The what?
He would look towards all of you a bit puzzled. Hi. I guess we haven't met him yet.
What do you mean?
What do you remember?
You're going to need to elaborate now.
I wish I knew. It was something brought up by a couple of you at some point when you had seen the future. It seemed very significant.
The second king.
Well, I think we have a bunch of new things to requisition from these people.
Well, I think we've more than asked enough questions and found out enough information for now. Those two seem to be coming back to their own minds.
Your Eminence. What would you have us do?
You speak up to Leonidas?
Yes.
Rest your weary hearts, cartographers. You will need your strength in the coming days.
What of Obash?
Obash will be kept in our care. He will be restored in full. Until that point, he is in the most capable of hands.
I
Thank-
have one request.
You may speak.
Keep the icon of veneration out of the pillar.
Mayarks.
What makes you ask such a request?
Visions of some kind? Sadrius can keep you up to date with it, but if what he says is anything, I have a couple hunch.
If there is a concern you bear in your heart, you may speak it here. There is only truth in these halls.
For the sake of brevity, he's just going to relay the same vision. Or dream, quote unquote. Whatever.
You do so, and he takes in your words. It's a bit of a chilling stare, even though he's looking at you through a visor. And he eventually would take in your words.
I understand. This will be further looked into when time permits. In the meantime, Keep your mind and heart open to Zula's light, for it may be the only way to further gain insight on this vision. Be it an objective truth, an event yet to pass, or a fabrication woven by a malevolent force. Such visions are dangerous to entertain without insight.
Rin, who has been dead silent and as still as a statue ever since Obosh fucking woke up, will, speak. Would it be acceptable for Obosh's dear sister to visit him here? I imagine it is a reunion that has gone unanswered long enough.
Considering the service Obosh has done for all of you, for humanity, for Zula, it is more than warranted. This request will be granted, and Obosh will be reunited with his family.
Thank you, Your Eminence.
Of course. Now may Zula be with you. Go in peace.
Dagny is going to give Obosh a kiss on his forehead before she turns around and walks away.
Obosh would bow his head with a warm smile before seeing you off. And are there any further actions from anyone before you leave?
Other than, placing a hand on his shoulder, giving a light squeeze before heading off.
And with that, after witnessing a miracle and having revelations beyond count revealed, the party would depart from the Pillar of Commandments. And with that being done, we will end the session here.
Oh my
right.
god!
Time to make another requisition list.
Whee!
I need a book of the tenets
Oh god.
and a shape of
Oh
it.
no.
I want like an extra session. There's so much to fucking do.
Oh, you're sucked in. Uh-oh.
As Captain Sunbeams has speaketh.
Alright, we need another thread of fucking requisition requests.
Yep.
What do we want? Also, B-Man, I have words to have with you.
Yes.
In good words.
Yeah, I saw your DMs, and I'm like, oh shit, how the fuck is that possible?
Yeah, no,
I fixed that.
I didn't look at it. I was curious. I clicked on it, and I was just like, I'm not supposed to see that. Double clicked off of it.
Oh yeah, B-Man, I had a great idea because Foundry's not up 24/7, but Discord is. Could we have like a notepad in Discord that we could just copy and paste onto the cartographer notes as well?
That's actually a really good idea, and let me make 2 changes to the Discord right now.
Anyways,
One is notes.
Before anything, this is going to be the end of the recording. Tradition, please.
I got 2 tickets to the gun show, and I'm not giving it to you. I'm going with your tickets.